Member Baku Force, you can go ahead. Member Baku Force, can you hear us? Okay, we'll go on to Member Makamba Boycha now.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the meeting and greetings to the Minister. I just want to find out, like on the general, how has the department managed to juggle around with its budget, seeing that the department is dealing mostly with essential services. So where did you cut your budgets, and what influenced such decisions, and what did you prioritize, and how is the department doing with all these budget cuts and so forth? Thanks.
Member Makamba Boycha, we could not clearly hear your question. Please, can you ask it again?
Chairperson, my question is just under general. I just want to find out from the department together with the minister in terms of how they managed to juggle around with the... Chair, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I want to find out how has the department juggled around with its budget, seeing that there were budget cuts in the process, and knowing for the fact that the department is mostly it's about essential services. So where did the department cut its budget, and what influenced such cuts in those specific aspects, if there were any budget cuts? Thank you, Chair.
So if I heard that correctly, your question is how did the department juggle the multiple budget cuts, and what was the impact of those budget cuts on the service that the department provided? Did I summarize that correctly?
That is correct, Chairperson. And secondly, seeing that the department is dealing mostly about essential services. So which services were cut, and kind of a thing? Thanks.
Okay, so since the department is an essential services department, which services were cut as a result of those budget cuts? Thank you very much. And then the last hand was Member Kaiser Philander.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, as we reflect on 2020-21, please allow me to congratulate the Minister and the department on the exceptional work that they are doing during very trying times. Chairperson, linked to Honourable Mackenzie's first question, if I can kindly get an indication on the department's way forward in terms of strategy for GBV and as well as victim support, Chair, and if the Minister or the department can kindly elaborate on national support pertaining to these programs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Member Baku Force, are you able to ask your question? Okay, if we can get one of our...
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am. You may go ahead.
Thank you very much.
You may go ahead, Member Baku Force. If we could perhaps get someone from IT just to call Member Baku Force and just check that we can resolve some of those technical issues. And whilst that happens, I'm going to hand over to the Minister and the HOD for their responses to those questions.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. In terms of the question from Honourable Member Mackenzie regarding the way forward or strategy for homelessness.
Chairperson, do you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Chairperson.
Do you mind if I take Member Baku Force quickly? Ma'am, you may go ahead.
Yes, I want to welcome the input by the minister, but it's difficult for me to engage very well because I don't know if the problem is with my phone or what. Like now I'm putting my phone on my ear because I cannot hear properly. But I just want to welcome the input by the minister. But can you please indicate if we are already in the forward?
We are now discussing the Minister and the HOD's opening remarks. So if you have a question on the opening remarks, as well as the forward, you may ask it now.
Okay. No, thank you very much. I'll go in when we are going forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, so then we'll continue with the HOD to respond to those questions posed.
Okay. I'm trying to fix the problem that I see in my phone. I'm not sure what's going on. Thank you very much. But I would like to engage on the forward of the minister. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we'll come back to that after the HOD and the minister has responded to
Yes.
this round.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of Honourable Mackenzie's question about the strategy or way forward for homelessness in the province, the Provincial Cabinet mandated the Department of Social Development to coordinate a intergovernmental forum with municipalities and other provincial departments and agencies in the province to discuss and develop some proposals around addressing the issue. So there's a broader transversal strategy being developed around homelessness, but at the same time, also the Provincial Department of Social Development has also put in place some interventions as well from its side. There's remaining lack of policy clarity and legislative clarity around roles and responsibilities for homelessness. So one of the activities or first tasks that we set ourselves as an intergovernmental forum was to start to develop a sense of roles and responsibilities as far as possible so that we could respond effectively, because there is disagreement at national level between the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and the Department of Social Development naturally about who should be doing what, as well as SALGA also raising concerns about the role of municipalities. I think this was something also that was put into the foreground by the disaster regulations that required municipalities to do certain things around taking homeless people off the streets during the level 5 lockdown. And that really, I think, had an urgent think of the issue or think through of the issue by SALGA. So from social development's point of view, thus far, we have implemented an approach where we've increased bed spaces in shelters. Our baseline number of bed spaces that we were funding in shelters in the province was 1,500. We've increased funding to make by a further 1,000 bed spaces so that we would be, by the end of this year, funding 2,500 bed spaces across the province. We also funded the establishment of a family shelter in Somerset West to accommodate families, because most shelters don't accommodate families in terms of their policy, because the shelters are meant to be temporary, and their view is that when families are accommodated, it risks becoming permanent. So the NGO sector generally doesn't accommodate families. So we had to set up, excuse me, we had to work with an NGO to help set up a family-based shelter in a former school property in Somerset West, public works property. And then we have also been working with Transport and Public Works Department in the province to establish a shelter in the CBD, an additional shelter in the CBD, to increase the capacity to accommodate people in the city centre. And we are also in talks with the Drakenstein municipality as well about a site that they're looking at establishing on their property. So there's a number of practical steps that are already underway from our side. The City of Cape Town has also increased its funding for the accommodation of the homeless. We've also added social work posts to the funding that's being given to shelters to help with reintegration services for homeless adults. But I think the The other aspects of the strategy also speak to how we address the law enforcement issues, how we deal with the issue of evictions and people who are unable to pay their rent, and how to assist them, and then also the issues of land invasions and people who are setting up structures in public spaces. So there's a lot of aspects that fall into the space of municipal bylaws. There's a lot of aspects that fall into issues pertaining to the provision of human settlements and housing. And then there's aspects that speak to social development and social welfare. And then, of course, SASSA has been providing COVID support grants to people who've lost income. So it's a multifaceted approach that's required. But I think also that when we look around the world, there's a similar problem in countries across the world. There's a big spike of homelessness in developed and developing countries. And there's not a simple solution to any of these things. There's no country in the world except for Finland that's actually been able to reduce the number of people on streets during this time. And Finland has been able to do it by providing housing for everyone. But that's because they have a fiscus that is far better resourced than South Africa, or indeed most other countries, in relation to their needs as a country. So it's not necessarily something we can achieve here, the model that they've introduced. So it is something that is being developed. I think that also the lockdown regulations as they stand at the moment, with the prohibition on eviction, has made it possible for many land invasions to occur and structures to be put up in public places. And that is something that we also need to be prepared to deal with when those regulations are removed. So I think that also is impacting the homeless situation as well, because it is actually creating a opportunity or even an incentive for people to set up structures and create informal accommodation for themselves close to economic opportunities, because there is a shortage of work and a shortage of income opportunities. So there's a drive for people to find ways to access resources. So all of this is completely understandable given the current economic situation, but it is also a very broad issue that we can't deal with as a department alone. We are primarily, I think, in the business of trying to reduce the negative impact from a humanitarian perspective, as well as trying to mitigate other social harms that may be associated with homelessness. In terms of how we assist with poverty associated with COVID, the second question from Honourable Member Mackenzie, and I think it's related to the first, is that social development during the course of the year under review was allocated additional funding both by the Provincial Treasury as well as by the National Department of Social Development through a conditional grant for food relief. So during the year under review, approximately 80 million rand additional funding was provided for food relief, which came in the form of approximately 30 million from the Provincial Treasury and then further 50 million via conditional grant. That funding was made available to NGOs to distribute food parcels and also to distribute food ingredients to community kitchens across the province, to enable them to cook food for the communities that they serve. So there has also been increased allocations of resources to our targeted feeding NGOs, as well as the CNDCs, or Community and Nutrition Development Centres, that we took over from the National Department of Social Development in the year before, as well as ones we'd already been funding. So we did also increase resources there. And then we also, although the regulations during the level 5 and 4 lockdown closed ECDs, we funded ECDs to continue providing food to the children that would normally attend the ECDs on a takeaway basis. So that food was made available to the children so that they could still continue to get meals even though they weren't in the ECDs. In addition to that, we were leading a humanitarian relief work stream which pulled together departments from the provincial government as well as the municipal representatives and SASA. And during the year under review, we had we saw the continuation of school feeding to children while they were not at school. And in addition to that, there was also SASA introduced the COVID grant, which was, I think, is still running and is a major resource for people who have no other income sources. So our poverty relief work during the year under review was massively upscaled, and we did get some additional resources for that. But of course, we also had to repurpose a lot of our staff to assist in that effort because we didn't have a dedicated unit of the size required to be able to service all of this funding. So it did require some reallocation of human resources. The third question from Honourable Mackenzie about the question of how people get hold of social development, how we publicise our services. The social development does run a range of communication campaigns through the course of the year, which are paid for as well as not paid for. We have the minister featuring on various radio stations talking about our services, but we also fund adverts and campaigns for specific subjects like GBV, substance abuse, disabilities, ECDs, registration of substance abuse centres. All of those kinds of things are issues that we have campaigns on radio. Particularly we target because radio has a bigger reach than any other media. And then we also we routinely communicate through the print media as well with various media campaigns, statements, adverts, and so on. In addition to that, we also have our online presence. We use various other platforms like Facebook and the website of social development. The way to contact the department is either through approaching one of our local offices in the 45 areas that they are situated, or alternatively, we also have an after-hours number and a call center number that people can contact through the provincial call center. So. And the after-hours number is also something that we operate. So there's also the GBV Command Center, which is a national hotline, which immediately connects with our provincial department if there's a case in the province. So there are many ways to contact the Department of Social Development, but of course we realize that not everyone will necessarily be aware of that, and that's where we also do rely on stakeholders such as public representatives, ward councillors, NGOs, and so on, to also be a contact point. And then, of course, hospitals, clinics, schools are also aware of our services and can refer clients to us if required. So that is the network we have. But obviously, there's always going to be gaps, and we appreciate wherever the honourable member might have picked up that people are not getting the message. We would be sure to then target that site. In terms of the fourth question from Honourable Member Mackenzie on human trafficking, we are actually party to the human trafficking legislation, the Trafficking in Persons Act. We have a role in terms of providing a safe haven for victims of human trafficking, as well as trauma debriefing services, and we do provide services to a number of victims of human trafficking every year. We have run some campaigns around this, and also the Department of Justice and SAPS do so as well. But I think the dangers of human trafficking are something that are becoming an increasing issue, and that we will need to probably step up messaging around as well. Kidnapping is also becoming a major trend as well, where people's children are being kidnapped for ransom. It's rapidly escalating, and it's following a pattern that we've seen in other countries like Brazil, where it's become a lucrative form of crime. And then in terms of Honourable Member Botcha's question, how the department juggled the budget cuts and the impact and which services were cut. During the year under review, we have seen some budget cuts that were imposed due to the challenges at the national level, but the bigger budget cuts are actually coming in the next financial year, which is going to be very challenging for us. I think during the year under review, we did get some additional funds to assist with humanitarian relief efforts, so we didn't need to do significant cuts in our own budget by and large to service those humanitarian relief requirements. Although we did shift some funds, particularly to address homelessness. So where we have the savings in the department, and we did have savings, we then shift the funds around. So during the year under review, there were some savings because some ECDs, unfortunately, were unable to sustain themselves during the lockdown and they closed down. And then we stopped distributing funding to those organizations. So there was savings in the ECD space around organizations that could no longer continue to function. There also was some savings in some of the other areas of service delivery which were not operational during the year under review. So those savings were also then redistributed by the department to other requirements. So there were a lot of services where, for example, the service required people to attend in a congregate setting that they couldn't do during the level 4 and 5 lockdown periods. Like, for example, for the family programs, family strengthening parenting programs, and some of the substance abuse programs as well, probation services, and so on. A lot of those programs involve group work, which couldn't occur during the hard lockdown periods. So those kinds of areas all had seen some savings. A lot of the savings that were incurred were also shifted into PPE. With the ECD sector in particular, we redirected a lot of savings into PPE, and also for the old age homes and the disabled homes in particular. And then we did later in the year also get some additional funding for PPE. But the bulk of the PPE support came from the repurposing of a conditional grant for the infrastructure support in the ECD sector that had to be put on hold. So there was also some savings on the sanitary dignity project that had to be redistributed as well. The sanitary dignity project was supposed to be involving the distribution of sanitary pads to schools where girl learners are absent in large numbers due to menstrual hygiene challenges. But with the closure of schools, the distribution of those sanitary pads had to be put on hold. So there was some savings in that space as well. In the new financial year, the bigger savings that we're going to have to achieve are going to come at the expense of some of the services we normally fund. So by and large, there's going to be some reductions to funding of NGOs in certain areas, but we are trying to manage that carefully so that we don't overturn the stability or disrupt the stability or sustainability of the NGOs that are being affected by that. But unfortunately, it is a lot of money we're having to cut next year, so it is going to have some significant impacts in the NGO sector and on the citizens that it serves. In terms of the questions from Member Philander, the strategy for GBV, I will hand over to the MEC to speak to that, as well as the support from National. I think, okay, so maybe just from my side to say that the National Cabinet has approved during the course of the year under review a national strategic plan for GBV. So the National Cabinet's approved NSP, we call it, National Strategic Plan, does call on all provinces and spheres of government to develop implementation plans. So our provincial government has developed a implementation plan for the NSP, which has been approved by the Provincial Cabinet, and that plan is now in implementation. MEC Fernandez has been tasked with leading the development and the implementation of that plan, and has been doing so. And that implementation plan speaks to a lot of the work we've been doing in social development, but also the work of the other departments in the province. It should be noted, of course, that it only speaks to provincial departments because the NSP has required other departments or should I say other spheres of government to produce their own implementation plan. So the SAPS has their own implementation plan. The municipalities are called on to develop their own implementation plan, and then we have to work together to coordinate and link up our work. So the support from the national level is of course that they have provided the framework in the form of the NSP, and they monitor our work that we are doing, and also coordinate with us. And of course, we've also received the 6 GBV shelter properties from the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, which we then funded organizations to run, and we've managed to get all 6 of them running during the year under review, which is great. I think that it was quite an achievement of the program office at DSD to have that done. So I'll see if the minister wants to add to that. Thanks.
Thanks, HOD. I think just on the topic of GBV and human trafficking, on the 25th of August 2020, Cabinet convened a dedicated Cabinet meeting to the issue of GBV, where all stakeholders were present. On the 9th of September, we established a Western Cape Government Transversal GBV Forum, and every single department is represented on that forum. We meet once a month. We have had presentations from Colonel Paulser, who leads the SAPS GBV project in the province. We've had presentations by Johan Brandt talking to the area-based teams and where GBV fits in there. And we've had advocates on the platform share with us legislation. I must, Chairperson, at this stage say thank you to every single member of the Transversal GBV Working Group, because they basically contributed and worked with the national NSP document, and we came up with a draft GBV plan, and that is now an actual plan that is signed off. So what we have done, and I know it's not talking to the period in review, but I think for the first time in government, we have a spreadsheet that details every single activity that every department is will take place over the next 16 days. And there's something like more than 300 activities across government. So it gives us a better view of where activities, events, training sessions are being landed. And in the ministry, we have a community liaison officer who is working very closely with local government, and they are doing gender-based violence workshops, which includes aspects of human trafficking. And we have done at least 15 of those in certain municipalities already. Also working very closely with parks. So we are now going to have to move our focus. The focus right now is an internal one. We have some more than 80,000 employees, and I think it is important that every employee understands the program around GBV, because it is the shadow pandemic, as I call it. And if we want to change the world, our 80-odd thousand staff members become change agents in the communities which they live, and in that way we can take it out. But I must add that we also enjoy a great working relationship with the National Women's Shelter Movement, the Western Cape Women's Shelter Movement, and the Cape Flats Women's Shelter Movement. So they have been instrumental with our NPO partners to help us operationalize 6 properties in less than 9 months. And I don't think there's any other that can talk to an effort like that. And there we have to say a huge big thank you to Public Works. We are now going to go into the second phase of our strategy, and that is the outward focus, consultation, dialogue. And I have 3 webinars scheduled. We have a courageous conversation on the 29th of this month, where the DG will be talking about violence, toxic masculinity, and power. We will be engaging our stakeholders from the shelters online. And so we have quite a few activities planned. But there is seemingly a disconnect, and we would need to reach out to Parliament to ensure that Parliament is appraised and also informed of the programs that we are running, so that you could also participate as it takes place in your constituencies. And I think to that end, I would want to share the spreadsheet with the committee so that it can be sent onward, and then members can then see what is happening in their respective areas. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'd like to now ask if there's any follow-ups to any of the responses that you've just received.
Member Mackenzie?
Please go ahead, Member Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chairperson. DG and Minister, I really appreciate the work you guys have been doing. I mean, you've done fantastic work. I mean, no one can dispute it. One of my concerns is the issue of kidnappings, because it is, I walked behind my daughter, for example, to Spa the other day, and she was out of my sight for 30 seconds. And it really, I got anxious. And I can imagine what those parents of those kids in KwaZulu-Natal went through. So, which is the reason I'm asking, what is your communication strategy? What are you guys going to do for the next year? Because it's only a matter of time, and I hate to say it, it's only a matter of time before it gets to this province. So what I'm asking from social development perspective, what is your strategy? Thank you.
Are there any other follow-ups? If my eyesight is correct, I think Ms. Goosen, your hand is up.
Yes, if I might just answer on the strategy in terms of trafficking in persons, as well as then the latest developments in terms of kidnapping. In terms of the provincial joints, as well as DEFCOM, have taken note of this phenomena, and they are combined. So it's justice, NPA, police, correctional services, all that forces together with DSD and community safety are now combined, looking at how to work together. Since a lot of this is part of crime syndicates, a lot of that information do not get into the public domain, and therefore you will not see a lot of marketing in terms of that, but in terms of general sensitization, also today at the school prof joints, that is being addressed. So I hope Honourable Mackenzie see that there is some notice on that and work to be done, but that it's a combined effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that response, Ms. Goosen. Colleagues, I'm now going to ask that if there are any questions on pages 5 to 20, that we ask that now. And I'm going to take one hand and then a response. And then we are going to break for a short comfort break at 10. And our comfort break is going to be how long? So we'll do a 15 to 20 minute comfort break. Also just being mindful of the fact that we do need to give our sign language interpreters some time to just rest as well. So we're going to take questions now on pages 5 to 20. So I'm tabling the report. Let me just see if I can see the hands. So I see Member Windvogel, and then depending on the length of Member Windvogel's question, we'll then go on to Member Mackenzie, but we'll try to get those in before 10 o'clock. Member Windvogel, welcome. You may go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I'm not clear. Are you saying, I just need clarity on the issue of the pages. Are you saying we are doing the forward up until from page 5? I just need clarity on that.
Yes, ma'am. So we're doing pages 5 to 20, and that includes the forward, because the forward is on page 9, 10, and 11.
Okay. Now, Chair, then my question will be on on page 8 on paragraph 1. I just want to know from the department, what is the department's obligation to support the homeless, and what was the MEC's department's involvement in the city's bylaws to criminalize homelessness? Yeah, and then I think my second question is also on paragraph 8, Chairperson. On paragraph 8, sorry, on page 8, paragraph 4. I want to know on that issue, what other forms of humanitarian relief besides food relief were put in place to respond to the COVID impact on people's livelihood? And what is the MEC view on the need for a universal basic income in the country? I will spark there. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I'll take the next hand, which was Mr. Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chairperson. Colleagues, right now there's an issue that has not come to the Western Cape yet. We're extremely privileged, kidnapping. So I want to find out from the department, perhaps they must have heard my first, what is the communication strategy? What are we going to do before it gets to us? Because it's going to get to us. I mean, let's be honest. Kidnapping is going to get to us. So what are we doing? What I'm asking from social development is, what are we doing before it gets to us? So what is the preventative strategy in the Department of Social Development before it gets to us? Because the reality is it's going to get to us. Sadly so, terribly so, but it's going to get to us.
Thank you very much. Member Barnes, you may go ahead as well. Member Barnes.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My first question is on page 10, under the report of the accounting officer, second paragraph, the second sentence, where it states, in response, the department stepped in to assist the most vulnerable households, distributing 55,977 food parcels. What I want to know, Chair, were these distributed to households, and does the department have detailed list of the beneficiaries? Was this cooked meals or groceries? What was these food parcels, and what is the quantity, and what quantity was given per household? Lastly, Chair, what was the total expenditure for this, and whether support, or was it a once-off support? My second question, Chair, is on paragraph, same page, paragraph 3, second sentence. This included mapping of food parcel distribution and feeding sites at provincial, district, and local municipality level to a ward level. What I want here, Chair, is if the department can provide the number and detail of these feeding sites. Then I'm on page 11, Chair. Page 11, I'm on paragraph 2. Despite conditions over the department, paragraph 2, last sentence, Chair. The social work supervisors provided support and mentoring based on norms and standards, practice guidelines for drop-in centers, as well as evidence-based research. That's on page 11. My question there, Chair, is with regards to the study done on children beginning on the streets, could you share the findings and recommendations? Second to that, Chair, how many of these children are in school, and what is the department's intervention in this regard? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, just an update. We won't take a break at 10 o'clock. We'll take a break at 10:30 because you seem to be sort of coming at us thick and fast with the questions. So what we'll do now is I'll hand over to the department to respond to those questions from members Windvogel, Mackenzie, and Barnes, and then we'll come back for the next round.
Thank you, Chairperson. HOD MacDonald will answer the questions, but I think it's important for the members and anyone on the platform to understand the way the Western Cape government responded to the pandemic and the impact of COVID. Initially, I led what was called a humanitarian work stream, and that was sort of in March 2020. Then Cabinet approved a recovery plan, which had 4 components. That was COVID, safety, jobs, and well-being and dignity. In the well-being and dignity work stream, which I lead and Dr. MacDonald convenes, we have Minister Schaefer from Education, Minister Marais from TCAS, Minister Mbombo from Health, and Minister Meyer from Agri. And that represents the cradle to the grave approach. So many of the questions that are posed are now being dealt with transversely and not limited to a department, because we have realized that there is benefit in collaboration rather than operating in silos. I also just need to alert the members that we do have a VEP forum that meets quarterly, and all stakeholders, the NPA, SAPS, Justice, DSD, DOCS, everyone is in that room. And it is in that room that the issues of kidnappings and hijackings and gender-based violence, all the issues we have heard about. You might have heard of the instance of the FBI being out in Bonteheuwel. Because of the nature of this work, we have to be fairly discreet and make sure that we maintain strict protocols. But I do know that SAPS is on conducting road shows, and together with the area-based teams, Minister Fritz's teams with the safety ambassadors, they are also doing work around gender-based violence and human trafficking, amongst others, as part of their rollout. So it is a transversal approach. There are some issues there are some areas that reside with us in terms of it being statutory DSD work, but however, the power of collaboration. So when we talk about street children, we work very closely with Minister Schaefer in terms of school dropouts and what the impact of the odd and even days would have had on children, because there is research that says we should get all our children back to school as quickly as we can. And then similarly to on the question of homelessness, which the HOD had responded to, the technical task team, which Dr. MacDonald leads, includes members from the City of Cape Town, officials from the City of Cape Town, and all 5 districts. So we're not limiting our focus to the city or the metro only, because whether you're in Mossel Bay or Overstrand or Beaufort West, you would find that you have issues of homelessness. So the technical team has had 3 or 4 meetings already, and there is consensus. So out of the dignity and well-being work stream, we have a faith-based leaders organization who support us. We have a GBV transversal work stream. We have mental health and wellness, and we have a focus on youth, which is headed by DCAS. So you will notice as the reports start to unfold, there'll be what is seemingly blurring of the lines, but we have realized that we can benefit from cost efficiencies if we don't replicate the same thing. But there is one thing that I will be doing in the second half of my term, and that is to ensure that we improve communication to Joe and Jane Citizen. I was recently out in Clanwilliam, Wittewater, the remote little towns, Kliprand, and one understands that there is no technology, there is no internet connectivity. And so we do have a little brochure booklet, but I think it would have to be shared with incoming councillors. So what we do have, Honourable Mackenzie and Member Windvogel, the department signs a memorandum of understanding with municipalities. And in that memorandum, it covers a host of topics, which includes gender-based violence, local drug action committees, community engagement, strengthening the family. So it's actually fortuitous right now that councils are being formed, and our community development team will now be reaching out to the new leadership to renew these memorandums so that we can now address the challenges that have emerged from COVID-19. So I use that just to preface the conversation so that you understand it is not limited to a department any longer, but it is now transversal work that we do. And this is landed in the city. We have 11 ABTs, area-based teams, and in the 5 districts, each district has an area-based team. And then there is work done through local government, DSD docs on the ground together with other stakeholders. On that note, Chair, I'll hand over to Dr. McDonald. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you, Chairperson, through you, to respond to Honourable Member Mackenzie, the strategy on kidnapping. I think as mentioned by the Minister, we do work transversally, and as Ms. Goosen has mentioned, this is being coordinated through the Prov joints, particularly on school safety, but also the Prov joints in the overall, and the DevCom in the province. So social development is not the lead agent. We are participating and coordinating with the Departments of Justice and SAPS, who are the lead on this particular issue, and we will coordinate and do our part in that space. But I think it's also going to be very important that we get schools on board through the education department, as well as our messaging as well. So I think it's about creating a set of messaging that can be networked through the departments, linked organizations, as well as through education and through the SAPS and justice and so on. But in the end, the issue of kidnapping is something that would be coordinated primarily through DevCom and Prov joints, to which we are a party. In terms of the question from Honourable Windvogel regarding the obligation on homelessness, I think we have already spoken to that. But to say again, the question of obligation at the moment, the legislation is, there is no legislation that's clear on obligations around homelessness. I think there are certain constitutional principles that are applicable, as well as human rights principles, but there is not a particular piece of legislation that defines homelessness in South African law, or street people in South African law. That is limited to only at municipal level, where there are bylaws that speak to those things, but not national legislation. I think also in the Constitution, there's certain principles about the progressive realization of housing and adequate shelter, as well, of course, as access to services, water and sanitation, which are basic human rights that are applicable to people who are homeless and people who have homes alike. I think also the issue of the city's bylaws on homelessness, social development was afforded the opportunity to make inputs. I think the bylaws of the city of Cape Town are similar to the bylaws in most other municipalities, from what I can see. I think the main thing is that they prohibit the creation of structures in public spaces, which I think is a basic principle of law. To build a private structure on public property is generally illegal in any municipality. So I don't think that from our perspective, the City of Cape Town's bylaws are particularly different from any other metro. I think what we do see, though, of course, is that there is a lot of friction between the rights of residents and the rights of the homeless, which I think is an ongoing challenge, and it's common everywhere that this issue is a phenomenon, and it's not an easy thing to address. I think the Human Rights Commission is also involved, and we do speak to them from time to time on this as well. But our role as social development, we have been mandated by the Provincial Cabinet to perform, is to do harm reduction where possible. And try to create as much shelter capacity as possible to provide an alternative to people being exposed to life on the streets. But there is, of course, a situation where there are some people who are on the streets and they do not want to go into a shelter because of the structured requirements of the environment, and choose to stay on the streets. So those cases then require a different approach. Sometimes it involves psychiatric issues, and then we work with the Department of Health on that. Sometimes it relates to people with substance abuse disorders, and then we can also assist with the admission of those clients into drug rehabilitation centres. So it's a very multifaceted issue. It's not a simple matter. I think also then when we speak to the issue of humanitarian relief, the second question from Honourable Member Windvogel, besides food relief, we did also provide a significant increase in funding to the Expanded Public Works Programme to create additional job opportunities, temporary job opportunities for people to earn an income. We also were heavily involved in trauma support to families of people who've lost loved ones or family members, and also to COVID survivors. And we did present in some depth on that in the standing committee on the ad hoc committee for COVID. I think the department has done a lot of work there, and of course also the additional shelter spaces for the homeless is part of our humanitarian relief effort too. In addition to that, we did also open up the Kensington Treatment Centre as a temporary space for children who were displaced during the COVID situation, particularly where parents, for example, were admitted to emergency rooms and had nowhere to go. So we did provide care for children on a temporary basis there as well, where the parents were in hospital and so on, or in quarantine sites. And then in terms of the question from Honourable Member Barnes regarding the quantity and the food relief to households, I think there's quite a lot of detail required. Maybe we can provide it in writing, because I think it will take a long time to go through all of it. But just to say that we were providing one food parcel per household of, and that was to serve 4 members. If there was a bigger household, we could provide more. But each food parcel was designed to feed 4 people for a period of approximately a month. And the contents of the food parcel we have previously tabled in the COVID committee, but we can provide that in writing. I don't want to go through the whole list. I think also to say that it was a once-off support as a form of support, but some people we did support for more than 1 month. So there was support through the year, but this food relief has been based on conditional and earmarked allocations from Treasury. So it's not money that we have in our budget on an ongoing basis. So we may receive more funds to continue in the next year, but it's basically contingent on particular funds being made available for this purpose. I think also in terms of the other kinds of food relief, as we've mentioned, there was also hot meals provided in some sites, at the targeted feeding sites, as well as at the CNDCs, and also at the community kitchens that we didn't fund, but which we provided with food materials through the relief organizations, because that was a very big network of some over 200 and odd community kitchens that were reached with food ingredients so that they could reach communities, because a lot of those organizations were small. They didn't have the capacity to take on public funding and all the requirements that are set out in the PFMA for that. So we provided them with the food directly. The question from Honourable Member Barnes about the number of detail of and the location of the feeding sites, we would have to provide in writing. The paragraph on paragraph 2 are the questions around the children on the streets. The Department of Education is currently also doing some research into the number of children who've dropped out of school. We're looking for that information. But in terms of children on the streets, a lot of the children who have been on the streets during the COVID period have been children who are off for the day because there's alternating school days. So there's been a lot more children on the streets because of the alternating school days. But also when we deal with children who are on the streets, who are living and begging on the streets, that's what we mean by street children in the strict sense of the word. And those children, we have been taking them off the streets as far as possible, and either returning them to their families or taking them into safety places of safety. And if the children are under 15, then we work with education to get them back into schools. If they are over 15, then we can also give them access to further education and training opportunities in our child and youth care centres that we run. But I think the issue around the children on the streets is that many of them will abscond or run away from an ordinary place of safety. So most of the children who have been on the streets for some time need to be taken into secure care environment before they go into an ordinary safe space like a normal child and youth care centre or into a foster home. So it has made it challenging to be able to accommodate all of the children we need to bring in because our secure care centres have limited space. But we have brought in a number of children over the years and helped to rehabilitate them and bring them into foster homes and so on. So I think those are some of the key outcomes of the work we've been doing with children on the streets. But it's certainly not an easy matter. They do require significant care and attention to adapt back to living in a family environment and letting go of life on the streets. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I now see Member Baku Force and thereafter Member Barnes. Member Baku Force, you may go ahead. Member Baku Force, can you hear me? Member Baku Force? Member Barnes, do you want to go ahead?
Yes, Chair. If I can just pose 1 or 2 questions on page 12, can I continue?
Yes, you may.
Yes, my first question on page 12 will be on paragraph 1, the insourcing of the Clan William and the Horizon CYCCs were finalized, including staff recruitment, etc. What I want to know, Chair, are there any CYCCs that are still outsourced? If so, what are the relevant details and when will they be insourced? Paired to that, Chair, would be what caused these disruptions and how did they affect the work of the department? My second question is on page 12, Chair, paragraph 2. Page 12, paragraph 2, LED facilitated by the Western Cape Ministry for Social Development, a WCG GBV implementation plan was developed and adopted by the Provincial Cabinet in the current financial year. What I want to know, Chair, what are the details of the GBV implementation plan? How did it assist the province in the fight against GBV? And is there additional budget for that? Second to that one, Chair, are there plans to fund more shelters in the poor working class communities and to assist the NPOs with compliance? My last one, Chair, also on page 12, will be on paragraph 2, third sentence. Furthermore, the department appointed 30 GBV social workers to strengthen the regional response to GBV and provided specialized GBV prevention and support to communities. What I want to know, Chair, is that what was the funding through the National Conditional Grant? Was it through that, or if so, why is the department not acknowledging this and mentioning the national government? Are there any social workers that are unemployed in the province, Chair? That is my last one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Member Baku Force, are you able to pose your questions? Okay, again, I'm going to ask IT just to provide some technical support to Member Baku.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You may go ahead.
Chair, I will go to the forward if I'm still right first. My question on forward is, what is the department's obligation to support the homeless, and what was the MEC's department involvement in the city's bylaws to criminalize homelessness? That's my first one. And I have a question on page 8, paragraph 3, the third sentence. What does she mean by illogical? What was national government supposed to do differently to mitigate the impact of the pandemic? As we are still on page 8, I would like to ask on paragraph 4, what other forms of humanitarian relief besides food relief were put in place to respond to COVID-19 impact on people's livelihood? What is the MSU on the need for a universal basic income?
Member Baku Force, you've disappeared there for a minute.
On paragraph 4, on the third sentence again, how many people benefited from the department's humanitarian relief programs? Can the department be given a detailed report of the relief program, including expenditure breakdown and detailed list of beneficiaries? And the last question on paragraph 5, still on page 8, what is the number of COVID-19 cases for both staff and old persons that were recorded at old age homes, including the number of the casualties? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Just to note that the first question on homelessness, that was asked by Member Barnes and it was answered. And then the HOD also committed to giving us a written response on the question around the food parcels, as well as all the details attached to that. Just moving on, I see Member Philander and then Member Mackenzie.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, page 18. I see that the department do not report on public-private partnerships. My question is, do the department not see it beneficial to form those partnerships in order to extend the service even further, Chairperson? If I can kindly get an indication on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Member Mackenzie.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Thank you. What I'm trying to understand is from the department, and I fully appreciate the good work that they're doing, but there's a problem coming. It's called kidnapping. So what I'm trying to understand is from the department, do they have a unit in place? Do they have 4 or 5 people in place that can say, hey, somebody's called this number? What are we going to do about it? That's what I'm trying to understand. This, I fully understand. Don't worry. I fully understand the joint chief, but I wonder from social development perspective, if somebody tomorrow saying, hey, my child's been picked up, who do they call? And where does this unit report? That's what I'm trying to understand from the G. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Can I just get an indication if there are any other questions in this round? If you've already asked your question, please lower your hand.
Chair, Rachel, Chair.
Please go ahead.
Yes, Chair. It's just on page 13, the sanitary dignity project. What I want to know there, Chair, why the sanitary towels were not issued during the lockdown. Is it possible for this to extend to other young girls out of school? And even if the department uses the equitable share, and what is the number of young girls from rural areas that benefits? And just thinking of, we went to visit a store, I'm not sure in which town, where there was a lot of sanitary towels, and it was not dished out. And when I engaged schools and places, they were saying no, they were not aware where they can get these sanitary towels, because they have their own projects where they ask from community members to come and sponsor the schools, the old age homes with those sanitary towels. So now I'm thinking we are sitting in a store, in a whole, I mean, a store where there's a lot of those sanitary towels and not dishing it out to people who are in need. So I just need clarity on that. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. I will now hand over to the department for responses for that round.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Unless inyani yashiyeka phakula moto zimkhitha. Yazuza nepoint andisenazo neenumbers zala mntu and ucacile nayo isiskeleni.
Okay, Member Baku Force, I've just muted you here on my side. HOD, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. For Honourable Member Barnes's question, whether there are any child and youth care centres that are still outsourced, the answer is no. There were both the formerly BASASA-run centres were insourced because we couldn't find any alternative organisations that would be even suitable to do that kind of work. So it became clear to us that it would not be viable to continue trying to tender for the service, and we decided we would need to then take the service in-house. And then there was a question about the disruptions and the impact on the department. I'm not sure if I heard that correctly. I'm not sure, CFO or Minister, whether you picked up on what the disruptions referred to were. But maybe if I could just get clarity from the Honourable Member what disruptions were being asked about.
Member Barnes, just for clarity, your question on the disruptions, was that related to disruptions at child and youth care facilities in terms of the handover process to them being insourced?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, so the HOD's response was that there are currently no child and youth care facilities that are outsourced, and all of them are managed by the department. So there were no disruptions. That would be my assumption.
Yeah, no, there were no disruptions. That's correct. The third question from Honourable Member Barnes regarding the implementation plan. The GBV implementation plan did involve additional budget in the Department of Social Development. We've expanded our footprint of services, so the baseline is increased. But also it's an implementation plan for the whole province, so it speaks to multiple departments, not just social development, it speaks to all departments in the province. And each one of them have their own particular deliverables in that plan that they are responsible for. So I think it would be best to actually furnish the plan itself so that the detail can be perused, because I think it's quite extensive. But it is based around the 6 pillars of the National Strategic Plan and the deliverables that are associated with those pillars. And it looks at how each department contributes towards those, and with various activities that in some instances are collaborative and some which are department specific. The fourth question from Member Barnes, are there plans to fund more shelters in poor communities and assist NGOs with compliance? Yes, we are continuing to support NGOs with compliance wherever we can. In terms of the expansion of shelters, we are not able to expand to more shelters in the immediate financial year coming due to the severe budget cuts that we're facing. So we just need to consolidate the services that we have already established. But as soon as funds are available, then we will be looking to do further expansion. The appointment of the 30 GBV social workers, it is correct, yes, that is national conditional grant funding. I think that is recorded accordingly in the financials as to where that funding came from. And then the question about how many unemployed social workers in the province, there are a database of social workers who've received bursaries from the National Department of Social Development that we have. So we do keep the database of all the bursary beneficiaries, and we use that database to appoint social workers into the contract positions that are available that we receive funding for from Treasury to provide those opportunities to work back the 4-year obligation that's incurred by the bursary holders. But the funds provided to appoint the bursary holders is not as much as the number of, or not enough to appoint all of the bursary holders. So there are some bursary holders who did not get appointed on the 4-year contracts because there was not enough funds to cover all of them. But we did manage to cover a good number of them. But I think the exact numbers, if the committee requires the exact numbers, would have to be provided in writing, unless Ms. van Rieenen has them ready to hand, which I wouldn't expect her to. But if she does, she can put up her hand and indicate as much. But I think the question then from Honourable Member Barnes is how many unemployed social workers overall. We wouldn't have the numbers for all unemployed social workers in the province, only the numbers for the social work bursary holders, because the database of all social workers in the province doesn't sit with us. It sits with the National Council for Social Service Professions, who's the registration authority. So yeah, I don't think there's anyone who has a database of exact numbers of unemployed social workers in the province. But also bearing in mind that a lot of the bursary holders also got jobs in the NGO sector or in the education sector or in the health sector. So it's not only social development that hires social workers. So that also makes it difficult to pin down exact numbers. In terms of the questions from Honourable Member Baku Vos, I think the Chair's already referred to the homeless issue and the fact that was already responded to. And then in question 2, the question about on page 8, paragraph 3, what the Minister means by just checking to see what was referred to there. We might have to ask for clarity on what that question was. There was page 8, paragraph 3. I think it was the illogical. Is the illogical COVID regulations. I think that was referring probably firstly to some of the prohibitions on certain types of work and food and clothes, particular. Some of the regulations around not being allowed to sell open-toed sandals and short-sleeve shirts. And then that sort of thing, and also some of the hot food regulations were, yeah. So there were some regulations that didn't really make sense, and they did cause some people to lose income, as well as also make life very difficult for some of the NGOs. Unfortunately, also the regulations were quite open to interpretation, and quite often the SAPs were closing down NGOs that were providing food relief because they thought they weren't allowed to provide hot food. And then we had to intervene and clarify what the purview of those regulations was. There was also a lot of confusion about the travel permits in terms of regulations, where a lot of NGOs thought that they needed a permit from social development, when in fact they needed a permit from their chairperson of the NGO. So there was a massive confusion as the SAPs also had different interpretations. It was quite a messy process, and very difficult at times. The question regarding the other forms of food relief or other forms of humanitarian relief, I think I did speak to that earlier, but just to reiterate, besides the humanitarian relief, we did also open new shelter space, including a new shelter in Somerset West for families and a additional 1,000 shelter bed spaces. And then also we provided EPWP, additional EPWP funding to create more job and income opportunities, and we also made our social workers available to provide trauma support to families affected by COVID and bereaved. And we also provided support to the Department of Health with accommodating children of quarantine parents and children of hospitalized parents who had nowhere else to go. And then also we did support in the Klipfontein corridor as well with the coordination of various humanitarian relief and COVID response activities. And of course SASSA took the lead, I think, in terms of humanitarian relief, although somewhat belatedly, because they had to develop the framework for social relief of distress COVID grant. So we had to step in first while that was being done at a national level. In terms of the breakdown of food relief, I think that was to be done in writing. And then a total number of COVID cases and casualties in social development. Ms. Van Renen might also have that information ready to hand. If not, we can give it in writing. But the total casualties were 13 in the department. Total cases, I think Ms. Van Renen might have it. Well, that I think I actually might have it here. I don't know whether the question pertains to as at the end of the financial year under review or as at now. But if it's as at now, then I can provide you with that. It is the latest, 19th of November. The department has had a total of 630 positive COVID cases among its staff, and then 13 fatalities. And recoveries 617. So that was the 13 fatalities. We have 0 positive cases at the moment, which is excellent news. In terms of the question from Honourable Member for Landa, on page 18, the DST hasn't reported any public-private partnerships, and the question of whether we do not see a benefit in this. I think just to clarify, the public-private partnerships referred to on that page are the formal Public Finance Management Act defined public-private partnerships, which are formed in terms of specific legislation in the PFMA. We do, of course, have an enormous amount of public-private partnerships because we fund over 2,000 NGOs to render services in communities. So that, in a sense, is that captures the essence of a public-private partnership, but it's under a different legislative provision. In terms of the transfer funding provisions in the Public Finance Management Act. So it doesn't get defined as a public-private partnership, but it certainly is in its essence a public-private partnership. Then Honourable Mackenzie's question about does DST have a unit to support around kidnapping cases? We do have a victim empowerment unit in our department, and they assist with all kind of cases like that. So they deal with kidnapping, human trafficking, and victims of domestic abuse and so on. So they provide a basket of services that assists victims of all of those types of crime. But of course, if someone as a family member who's kidnapped, the first thing they need to do is phone the SAPS, not social development, because we can provide support to a victim of kidnapping, but of course it is primarily at first and foremost something that requires a police investigation and all of the necessary resources and skills and legal mandate resides with the SAPS. The last question about why sanitary towels were not distributed in the lockdown. The sanitary towels were procured with a service provider with a contract to provide those to schools. That was in terms of the framework for the sanitary towels, and they were then supposed to be delivered to schools. When the schools closed, we couldn't deliver them to schools because there was no one at the schools to receive them, and it would have been a big risk that they would have just been left out in the open and then they would have been wasted or stolen. So when the schools started to reopen, we then started distributing the sanitary towels. We did also expand the scope of beneficiaries to include children in child and youth care centres funded by the department, so that they can be used more widely than just in the schools. But currently we have no sanitary towels in storage. They've all been distributed. The question about whether how schools can access the sanitary towels, the selection of schools to benefit from the Sanitary Dignity Project was done by the Department of Education. So the schools were selected based on the high rates of girl learner absenteeism. And the list was given to us by the Education Department. So I would imagine that if any schools want to also be included in the Sanitary Dignity Project, that they would need to then engage with the Department of Education to ask that they be included on the list, because we take our list from the Education Department. Yeah, thanks. That's the questions I have.
Thank you very much. Ms. van Reenen, you'd also like to respond?
Yes, Chairperson, it's just we've currently got a 440 graduates that's unemployed in the Western Cape government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we are now going to take a break and we'll be back in the chambers at 11 o'clock. There are some coffee and refreshments in the members' lounge as well for those of you here with us physically. So colleagues, we are going to break now and we'll be back at 11. Welcome back, colleagues. I think we are back online. Colleagues, can I just check? Are there any other questions on that section, or can we move on to pages 20 to 33? Member Van Vogel?
Yes.
Chair, can we be allowed to do follow-ups?
Okay, shall we go with Member Van Vogel first and then Member Barnes?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, mine is on the sanitary towels. What I want to know from the department, who was the service provider for the sanitary dignity project, and why were the sanitary packs not distributed during closure of schools like the department did with feeding scheme? You see, for me, we are always in this box. We don't want to think further when it fits us. So why didn't we use the same approach when it comes to this needed type of service? Thank you, Chair.
Member Barnes, your follow-up?
Thank you, Chair. Okay, mine is if the department can furnish us with the committee with a number of unemployed social workers graduates on each year between 2014 and 2021, as well as the number of graduates that came out of the system during the period. Lastly, Chair, can the department work on a study to gather information on the unemployed social workers, both the bursary holders and non-bursary holders, and report back to the committee early next year? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so the first question will have to be a written response because you're asking for historic data.
Yes, Chair.
From 2014. But just before we left for the tea break, the HOD answered that there are currently 440 unplaced social work bursary graduate students. So that's the number, but we will then ask for a written response for the historic data that you're looking for. Colleagues, are there any other follow-ups? Okay, I see no hands. We'll hand over to the department.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think the question from Honourable Member Van Vogel regarding who were the service provider for the sanitary dignity project. I don't know if the CFO has the name ready to hand. We will have to give that in writing, I think, because we don't have the name of the service provider with us here. It was procured. It was a procured service provider through a tender process. The question about the distribution to schools during the lockdown, with the schools closed, the difficulty would have been that the service provider's role is only to take the sanitary pads to the school and give it to the principal or designated person at the school. And the school would then need to distribute those to the girl learners who needed those. With the schools being closed and no one at the school, it isn't possible to do that. The school feeding schemes did reopen at a later stage, but that was those are Department of Education service providers who cook and prepare food for the learners, who were then able to come and collect those things on a takeaway basis. But I think I must recall the Sanitary Dignity Project's intention was to support school girls who were missing school because of their menstrual hygiene challenges. So with the schools not in session, the provision of the pads would not have met that objective at the time. So I think it's important to remember the objective of the project, which is to address absenteeism in schools. It's not a general distribution of sanitary pads for everyone, purely for the sake of distributing the pads. So we needed to wait for the schools to be reopened so that they could be used for their intended purpose. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we're now going to go over to pages 34 to 50. So can I get an indication of any questions?
Page?
on the performance information, sort of all of those sections. I heard somebody, but I don't see any hands.
My hand was up, Chair. I think I must leave it, but the answer from the HOD, I'm not satisfied with it. If we really need to look, perhaps we will get into the same problem that we have years to come, but we have to look out. We have to look outside the box. You are in partnership with the Department of Education. Why couldn't you try the same type of program? This food is also, we have also this their own objective to keep kids in school so that they don't so that they do have something to eat and not say there's nothing, that there was nothing at home. No, that's why I can't come to school. So what I'm trying to say is, really, as the Department of Social Service, you are playing a huge role if it comes to the poor of the poorest. So you can't say because there was no kids, but with the other stuff, the other departments make ways to get this type of service out to people. So that let us learn from this and improve our type of service that we are going to give moving forward. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Member Van Vogel, for that comment. Member Baku Force. Member Baku Force. Okay, while we wait for Member Baku Force, the HOD is going to respond.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just got the name of the service provided from the CFO. It's called Crystal Peer Trading. Crystal is spelled normally, and then Peer is spelled P-E-I-R, and then Trading. Crystal Peer Trading. That was the service provider that won the bid for the distribution of sanitary pads to schools. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Member Baku Force, are you ready? Okay. Colleagues, are there any other hands for any questions for pages 34
Chair?
to 50?
Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Member Baku Force. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. Now I'm using Ayanda Ban's gadget because I can't hear anything from my phone.
So do you want to go ahead and ask your questions?
Yes, I would like to go ahead, Chairperson.
Okay, you may go ahead. Please proceed.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I want to ask on paragraph 4 in the second sentence.
Yes, ma'am. If you could also just let us know the page number.
Page 34, paragraph 4, the second sentence. How many CNDCs were involved in this and how many were in the community hit hard by unemployment and food insecurity? And the second question is still on page 34 in the last paragraph on the second sentence. What was the impact of COVID-19 on children? Are there any herded households that were created by COVID-19? If so, how many and what are the details of support that was provided? My third question is on last sentence, still on page 34. What caused increased vulnerability in children and how many children? And the last question, Chair. Okay, I want to continue. How many children were neglected and reasons thereof? How did the department respond to the situation? And my last question, Chairperson, is on page 35, paragraph 3, the second sentence. To what extent does this situation contribute to high crime rate and gangsterism? What are the plans to increase number of drug rehab centers in the province, and how many are operational? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Baku Force. Is that Member Windvogel? Is that your hand that I'm seeing? Member Windvogel?
Sorry, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Chair, mine is on paragraph 36. Page 36, paragraph 1. The incident of social crime in Western Cape remains a concern. So what I want to know, what are the root cause of this and whether the so-called Western Cape safety plan address them, and what are the MEC roles and responsibility under the safety plan? Have these been implemented, and has these been implemented? Then, Chair, also on page 36, in which police, page 37. Page 37, paragraph, the first row, in the table under main service and standards. Why did the CPO close down, and how is the department rendering service in that community? Thank you, Chair. And yeah, then my last one, how many CPOs are not compliant and how many are not meeting targets? And can the committee be provided with a detailed list of the NPOs and measures put in place to assist? Thank you, Chair. Okay,
and just to end that off, my question would also be on page 37, sort of what is the support currently being provided to fill the gap that's now been left with the RCFF closing in Calitzdorp. Colleagues, I'm going to now hand over to the department to answer that round of questions.
Chair, my hand has been up as well.
Okay, do you mind waiting for the next round?
It's okay, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. In terms of the question from Member Baku Force on page 34, paragraph 4, the question, as I understood, was the question how many CMDCs that we support, the number. If so, then I'll ask Mr. Hewu to respond to that question. If you can hear me.
Yes, HOD, I can. Thank you very much.
Thank
you. We support 102 CMDCs province-wide, and it's in all communities that we are targeting. The list can be made available to the committee. Thank you, HOD.
Thank you, Mr. Hewu. On the question of the impact on children of COVID-19 and the support provided, and also the question about the increased vulnerability of children, and then the question about the number of children neglected and reasons for the neglect and how social development responded, I'll ask Mr. Jordan to respond to those questions. Mr. Jordan, can you respond?
Yes, thank you very much, HOD. Good afternoon, good morning, Chair and members. Yes, during lockdown, we have seen the vulnerability of children increasing due to the fact that with specifically lockdown 5 and 4, the services, specifically via the courts, have come to a standstill besides in emergency cases. So we've had quite high numbers of children's neglect. We can provide the figures per quarter during the previous financial year for the various kinds of neglect from sexual abuse, emotional abuse, and physical abuse that we can provide. It's quite a long list, so we can provide that. The department has been always, during the whole lockdown period, been providing psychosocial support services to families and children. So every case that was reported to us or that we became aware of between ourselves and the child protection organizations, services continued full steam. It did not stop. It was still rendered to all children that needed those services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jordan. Then on the question of the number of rehabilitation centres for substance abuse that are currently operational, I will ask Ms. Goosen to speak to that. Thank you. Ms. Goosen? Okay, thanks.
I just have a connection problem. Can I answer later in the sequence, please?
Thanks. Yeah, you can obtain the number.
Can I respond?
Yeah, if Mr. Garber can respond, my network is just going.
There are 82 registered substance facilities in the province that are operating in terms of the law. And then how do we intend to increase these facilities? We intend to increase these facilities by encouraging and supporting the unregistered facilities that are 64 to register in terms of the Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garber. Appreciate it. Then we go on to Honourable Member Windvogel's questions. The question about the root causes of the crime and violence in the province. I think that's a very in-depth question. There's been a lot of research that has been done on the issue by a number of different academics and organizations, including the Institute for Security Studies, as well as the universities in the Western Cape. And of course, the reasons are multifaceted. So there's not one single reason, but we know that there are some key contributing factors. Among those are structural inequalities that are of historic nature, from the apartheid era, where there was influx control, and then a sudden and rapid urbanization that occurred in the late 90s. Which saw very rapid growth of informal settlements around the city, very fragmented communities, so a lot of people moving from their homes in other parts of the country or province, coming into an urban setting and not necessarily with the social fabric intact or time to create a strong social fabric. A lot of young males unable to find work, due to the structure of our economy and the fact that our economy tends to favor older employed workers and lock out younger workers due to the regulatory environment. We have very high youth unemployment. And then also the gang culture and the history of gangs in the Western Cape, the massive criminal economy in South Africa that has become the alternative employer, where the formal economy is failing. There's a lot of different contributing factors, and then of course also there's historical cultural practices which enforce toxic masculinities and it basically create a fertile environment for gender-based violence and domestic violence, as well as child abuse, neglect, trauma. A lot of children who are unwanted, abandoned, neglected, abused, and so on, due to various reasons, teenage pregnancies and all those kind of things. So there's all these contributing factors. You can't pin it on any individual factor, but in combination, it does create a very violence-prone environment. And of course, alcohol is a big factor in terms of aggravating already volatile individuals. So what we see then in terms of the safety plan is a transversal plan. Social development has a particular role in the safety plan. We are leading on the social crime aspects of the safety plan. So we coordinate with the area-based teams that have been established under the auspices of the Department of Community Safety. The intention of that is to place increased visible policing presence in the top murder hotspots in the province, which also happen to be the top GBV hotspots in the province, and also the hotspots for child murders as well, due to gang violence being the major driver there. And social development's role is to bring increased capacity for child protection services, particularly for young people who are at risk of falling into various risky forms of behavior like gang involvement, substance abuse, and petty crime, and to provide them with support services early on, even at primary school level, so that we can try to assist them to stay in school and continue with an ordinary developmental path that will enable them to become functioning members of society. I think also social development's role is to expand GBV services in those hotspot areas and strengthen referrals to GBV services, and also to provide substance abuse treatment programs and other kinds of specialized services in those areas. So social development has an important role to play in the safety plan. We provide a lot of the supportive services that go hand in hand with the boots on the ground aspects of the safety plan. I also think it's very important that we do have the boots on the ground, because there's some of these areas where the LEAP officers are being deployed are virtually no-go zones. And they've proven invaluable in terms of helping to make a safer space for the social workers to operate in, as well as the NGOs to operate in, so that we can actually get those social services in there and start to make a difference on the social services front. So it's a multi-pronged approach that involves law enforcement and social programs. On the question regarding the Calitzdorp closure of RCFF, we took over those cases from RCFF in Calitzdorp when they closed. So our regional office and our local office stepped in, our Eden Karoo office stepped in and took over those services. And we've also been working with the municipality to secure a space for our social workers there, as well as to make sure that none of those cases fall through the cracks. So although it is definitely a loss for the Calitzdorp area to have RCFF closed, we do understand their predicament. They really couldn't find social workers who were willing to stay on there because their salaries aren't competitive. So in the end, the department did have to take up that space. So that is something that's happened in a few areas in the province where we've had to step in because the NGOs couldn't sustain. And it's a major risk area for us, which we are monitoring very closely. And we're working with the NGO sector to try and minimize the risk of them having closures of offices. That also speaks to Honourable Member Bosman's question as well. So where we can, we are looking at trying to increase allocations to the NGOs that are struggling to see if we can keep them afloat. Or alternatively, as a last resort, we have to step in and render those services with our own social workers.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we're now going over to the next round. The first person in this round is Member Barnes.
Thank you, Chair. My first question will be on page 41, the second row. Of the 577 recruited, a total of 471, which is 81.6%, passed the screening and vetting process. What I want to know, Chair, is what is the number of safety and foster parents that is needed? Are there any shortages? Second to that, what measures are in place to address the identified challenges? My second question, Chair, will be on page 43, under the first row, the topic that states a total of 471 safety and foster parents pass screening and vetting. Their details were passed on to Agape for training in 2019-2020 financial year. What I want to know, Chair, why did only 175 parents attend the training? Why did others not attend? Chair, let me just check. Can we continue up to page 60?
Yes, you may.
Okay, Chair. On page 60, on employment and vacancies, I know I've asked many questions with regards to social work. I'm asking again the department under the topic that says the department managed to fill various funded vacant posts within the approved departmental organizational structure and has appointed 143 social work graduates. What I want to know, Chair, why are these social work graduates appointed on contract? And second to that, what is the number of social workers that are unemployed? I think I've asked it previously, but since it's now on another page and I'm noting that it's contract, can I just get a brief elaboration as to why the situation? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Member Baku Force.
Chair, apologies for that. I'm using Member Baku Force is using the same gadget as mine, so I won't be dropping my hand. She's raising as well. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, but I can also see her hand is raised as well, but she can go ahead and just speak through your device.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, my question is on page 61, the first bullet. How much did the department spend on data and what is the breakdown of this expenditure? And the second question is on page 63, the last sentence. What is the number of schools that were targeted of these programs and what made it possible for the programs to be provided at these 3 schools and not others? And the third question is on the last row in page 67. What were the 6 invoices not paid within 30 days? What was the total amount for these invoices? And what are the details of suppliers that were affected? And the last question is on page 70, on the first row. What was the target not achieved and what is the target reduced from what was achieved in the previous financial year? What does the failure to achieve these targets say about the quality of life for older persons and stated in the intended outcomes? The last question, Chairperson, is on 71, the first row. What is the number and details of NPOs that were non-compliant on each of these cases? Can you provide more details of non-compliance? What was the value of terminated contracts and how did the terminators affected older persons? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Member Makamba Boycha.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I've got just 3 questions. My first question is on page 63 regarding the number of families and households who access social relief of distress and family support services. My question there is that the impact of the COVID-19 is more likely to have a long-term effect on people as far as humanitarian relief is concerned. So did the humanitarian relief efforts continue at the greater scale even after the second wave of COVID-19, taking into account that we are now dealing with 2020-2021 annual report? And then on page 68, under underspending on the part of the department, they are attributed to not to finding suitable candidates for certain positions. So what positions are these and what makes it difficult to recruit employees in a country which has unemployment issue? That's my third question. And my last question is on page 102 regarding the sub-program on poverty alleviation and sustainable livelihoods. There are about 224,000 number of beneficiaries for COVID-19 food relief intervention food parcels project. So there I want to know what is the actual number of people who applied or who had a need for such social relief? Those are my questions, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll hand over to the department to answer those, and then we'll come back for the next round. We'll start with Member Windvogel and then with Member Brunkhuis. Colleagues, you will notice that we've now moved on, and we are now asking from pages 34 to all the way to 113. So when you do come back, you can ask questions on any of those pages, but please just bear in mind that it is very helpful if you can tell us exactly which page your question refers to. So I'll hand over to the department to answer those questions, and then we'll come back.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On Honourable Member Barnes's questions, I will ask Mr. Jordan to speak to those. The first question was, what's the number of safety parents and foster parents that are needed, or what is the estimated shortfall? The second question was the training of foster parents and why only 175 foster parents participated in the Agape training. So I'll ask Mr. Jordan to speak to those two questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Ashadi. Yes, at this stage, it's very difficult to give you exact number of how many safety parents we do need, because it depends on the number of children that's being referred via the court. But there is definitely a need specifically for children with special needs. So that is actually where the gap is for children with special needs. So we have extended the services via a service provider to actually look specifically and dealing specifically for safety parents for children with special needs. If it comes to the training, during the lockdown period, there was different regulations with the Disaster Management Act where people could not engage with in a certain kind of environment. So that has led to the fact that certain of the safety parents could not have been trained during the lockdown regulations period. So that's for that reason that target was missed. But I can confirm that we are actually now catching up with all of those numbers. But yeah, due to the fact that we're now on level 1 and we can actually now engage people physically. So that is continuing those processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jordan. Then in terms of the question of the filling of vacant posts, why were the 143 social worker graduates appointed on contract? Those are the social worker graduates have a bursary that provides for them to work back their bursary obligation. So they have to work back the same number of years that they studied. And that would be 4 years. So they are on a 4-year bursary, then they must work back the 4-year period. There is no provision in the Public Service Act or regulations to appoint them permanently without going through a recruitment and selection process. And that, of course, would then involve having to make it open to everyone. And also, as a department, what we've done is that we've taken on those contract workers, and they have then had the opportunity to apply for permanent posts while they're on contract, and many of them have, if not the majority of them, actually have ended up being appointed in permanent positions. But it does give the department the opportunity to also see if they are suited to that environment, because obviously they're freshly out of the university. They may not necessarily take to the social development environment. It's not an easy environment to work in, and many people do decide not to stay. But so the contract period gives them an opportunity as well to learn and get used to the environment, and then the decision can be taken whether we want to appoint them permanently into one of the posts. But they do compete against other applicants. One must also bear in mind that the bursary program has created a rather difficult situation in that we've got young people going into the universities. They're doing the bursary program, 4 years studying, and then they're coming straight to social development. But there are social workers who've been working in the NGO sector for 10 years who are earning less than these graduates are earning when they're coming to the department. And so when we advertise the post, we have to make it open to all. We can't prejudice the rights of social workers who've got experience in the NGO sector who would like to apply to the department as well. And so we do have to open those processes. In terms of the number of unemployed social workers, I think that figure was given earlier, some 400 odd that was mentioned. As we've mentioned before as well, the social work program, the bursary program that was initiated by the National Department of Social Development provided many more bursaries than funding was provided to departments to hire those graduates. So what happened is then that there was a surplus number of social work graduates as compared to the number of graduate positions that we received earmarked funding for from the National Department of Social Development. In addition to that, we also did not receive any additional funding for social work supervisors for the social workers, and we did not receive additional funding for tools of the trade or additional office space required to bring in more social workers. So we took in as many social workers as we could with the money we were provided and with the office space we have and with the supervisors that we have. But we can't hire all of the social work graduates. Also, the National Department of Social Development made it clear that the intention of the social worker bursary program was not only for social development to hire all of those graduates, but also other departments such as health and education and the Department of Correctional Services, the SAPs, and all other departments that hire social workers would also be able to access that pool of potential bursary or potential social work employees who've got bursaries. And as we've mentioned as well, what we have found is with many of those social workers that we've said here that we have listed as unemployed, they're not necessarily unemployed. Many of them have got jobs in the NGO sector or in other government departments. And in fact, when we phone them to say we've got a space open, many of them say, well, they actually got a post already. So we're not saying all of those people are actually unemployed at this point. They're just not employed by the Department of Social Development at this time. In terms of Member Baku Foster's question about the spend on data and the breakdown, I don't know if the CFO wants to speak briefly to that.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, in terms of the data spend, this was for data and airtime. In the previous year, we had about 700,000 expenditure. The year under review, we about 1.5 million, so that's about 800,000 Rand increase in the data spend due to working from home and due to COVID. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, CFO. The question from Member Baku Foss on page 63, the last sentence, that what number of schools were assisted with the referral and psychosocial support program and why some schools were selected and not others. I think just to start with, the intention was to start creating the referral pathways between schools directly and our social work services in the area-based team sites. So the selection of schools to work with was based on the schools that are needing this support in the area-based team sites of the safety plan, also known as the murder hotspots, in terms of the crime statistics. So we selected those schools in those areas. And also we've started with a focus on primary schools, so we could start with children at risk at an earlier age. So that was the intention of the project. Obviously, that whole the closure of schools and those things impacted the ability to get it implemented. But we still worked with the children in those areas. It's not like the services weren't rendered. It's just that we weren't able to set up the working relationship with the schools as we intended to. So we are now catching up with some of that work now that schools are fully operational and we are able to get back into engaging with the schools personnel and arranging the necessary agreements on referral protocols for children who need assistance. So the intention is that we have our social workers visiting those schools on a routine basis in the murder hotspots to identify children at risk who need to be referred to our programs, and then secondly, to expand the necessary support programs, including Isibindi community-based child and youth care programs, substance abuse programs, and other things in those areas, so that the social worker, having identified and received the referrals, can then connect those children with those services so that they can start to benefit from them. So that is actually one of the key deliverables for the department under the safety plan. Yeah, as I say, we are back on track with that now after the disruption that we've experienced. On the question on page 67 around the invoices, I don't know whether the CFO would like to speak briefly to that as well, the 30 days invoices.
Thank you. Through your chair. Yes, the 6 invoices that were not paid, 3 of them were due to system errors. In other words, when we do process them and we get the error message, then it doesn't allow us to go further. So we must then refer that to National Treasury for them to rectify that, and then we can proceed. Then there's one case where there was non-compliance and there was a disciplinary process that was followed. And then in 2 other cases, the staff had to vacate the office due to deep cleaning and because of a positive case. So during that time, the 30 days was then expired in terms of that. So those are the 6, and we received 47,000 batches in a year. So those are the 6 out of 47,000, more or less, over a 12-month period. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CFO. On the next question from Member Baku Vos about firstly the target not being achieved in terms of the indicator poor, vulnerable, older persons live active lives in safe, protected environment, in supportive environments, and particularly the number of residential care services or number of subsidised bed spaces rather. Firstly, to note the reduction year on year. The reason for the reduction is because the method of calculating that indicator has changed. So it's not an actual reduction in real terms. It's just that we've started counting in a different way because we were previously counting the number of older persons in the facilities that were subsidized, and not all of those older persons we were counting were direct beneficiaries of the subsidies. So now we've changed it to calculating the number of subsidies provided to those older persons. So it's not actually a change on the ground. It's a change in terms of how we report and how we calculate and the indicator description. Secondly, the reason we didn't quite meet the target for the year, we were short by 50 out of 5,000, was due to the fact that there were quite a number of deaths in the facilities during the COVID period. The older persons in particular bore the brunt of the COVID pandemic in terms of fatalities, and the facilities were very hard hit, particularly in the first wave, before the vaccinations started being distributed. So that was the reason there. And then Honourable Member Baku Vos's question about page 71, the first row, and non-compliance of NPOs led to termination of funding, and the question was what is the details of those NPOs. I will ask Mr. Jordan to speak briefly to that, but we may, if you want the names and more details, we'd probably have to provide in writing, but I'll ask Mr. Jordan maybe to speak to that question.
Yes, thank you, HOD, that we will have to provide in writing for that kind of detail. But in general, it's non-compliance to norms and standards, and also with regards to audit financial statements not being submitted by the NGOs. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. And then in terms of the questions from Honourable Member Botja, the question of page 63 regarding the social leave for distress and the humanitarian relief aspects. I think the first thing to say is that if you look in our annual report, the indicators for our referrals of people for social relief or distress are down. And that is because when the COVID grant was introduced by SASSA, the people didn't need to come through social development anymore for access to the social relief grant. So SASSA changed the process so that people could apply directly to SASSA. Normally, when people are trying to get a social relief distress grant from SASSA, Then the Department of Social Development social workers are asked to do an assessment and recommendations, and SASSA then base their decision on whether or not to grant them that benefit on the social worker's report. But with the COVID grant, the process was more simple. People had to put in their ID number and send a WhatsApp or SMS to the national call center of SASSA, and then they would process it like that, and we were not involved in that process. So that meant there was actually a reduction in the number of people coming through our system for social relief. So it certainly doesn't mean there was a reduction in social relief, it just means there's a reduction in the number of people coming through social development for that particular benefit, because there's a very specific description in the indicator description manual that talks to what that means. But actually the total number of people benefiting from social development massively increased because of the introduction of food relief, which wasn't an indicator in our annual report. So it's not reported on as an indicator, although we have given the details of that relief services in the written section or the narrative sections of our report. But it's not, we don't have an indicator for it because it started after the year had begun already, and the indicator was, the indicators in the APP was set already. So the continuation of those humanitarian relief efforts, we have continued with the food relief this year at the same levels as last year, by and large, and we intend to probably continue into the next year, subject to budget being provided to us for this purpose from the Provincial Treasury, which indications look like it should happen that way. So we should be able to continue with those relief efforts for some period. The second question from Member Botcha on page 68, and the question about the underspending and not finding suitable candidates. I'll ask Ms. van Rieenen maybe to speak to that to the extent that she can, but again, also it might require written follow-up because I'm not sure the details are all ready to hand. Ms. van Rieenen?
Actually, I can give a detailed report on that. I don't have all the details with me now.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. If we could receive that request in writing, we can provide the full details. The question 3 from, or third question from Member Botcha on the beneficiaries of food parcels, 234,000 beneficiaries of food parcels, and what was the actual number of people who applied? I think also that information, if we have the exact figures, we would also have to try and furnish the standing committee with in writing, but to be honest with you, I don't think we can give you exact figures, because what happened is we got a lot of requests that came through the provincial call center, but many of the requests were repeat requests. So we got people calling in twice, 3 times, 4 times. We did also receive requests directly through our local offices, people coming to our offices for help. And we did also receive requests via municipalities, via NGOs. So it would be very difficult to give truthfully an exact number of how many people actually applied, because there were so many different channels and ways in which the requests came to us, as well as to the NGOs that were funded to provide those food parcels. So I would be reluctant to give an exact figure, because I would fear that we would be not accurate, but we could probably give an estimate at best, based on the call center information and the information received from our local offices. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Windvogel, and then Member Brunkhuis after that.
Hallo, Chair.
U kan voortgaan, achtbare lid van Swellendam.
Baie dankie, Chairperson. Voorsitter, my vraag is op bladsy 72. Point of reference is outcome and outputs and indicators targeted and actual achievements. So seeing that all missed target relate to non-compliance, how much of a challenge is non-compliance in the department, and how is it being addressed? And what are the details of non-compliance NPOs and what remedial action was implemented. Then, Chairperson, on page 73, the first row, what was the target not achieved and how exactly did COVID-19 affect performance? Then, Chairperson, my last question on page 74, also the first row. I believe hundreds of thousands families experience hardships in the province, especially as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. So I want to understand the criteria used to identify these cases and why the department didn't choose other families when the targeted clients opted for food relief. And the same applies for disaster cases. Why didn't you choose other cases? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Member Brinkhuis.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, first of all, I want to welcome the report by the department and the Honourable Minister, and want to commend them for their great work and their hard work over the years in the Department of Social Development. I would just like to, before I ask a question, mention an incident not long ago where I reported the incident here on the Cape Flats to the department. And I must say, and I want to commend the department for their great response. It was, the response was so swift that I myself, I was perplexed. And I was really inspired by the hard work of the department and how quickly and how swiftly they reacted to that specific incident not long ago. So thank you very much again to the Honourable Minister and to the department for their hard work. Chair, on page 47, under the actual achievements, due to the COVID and lockdown regulations, no assessment visits were planned nor conducted for funded child protection NPOs. I would just like to find out from the department if they, because I see also that planned assessment visits at least once every 3 years to funded child protection NPOs. If those visits are once, at least once in 3 years, our term has about approximately 3 years left. I want to know from the department if there's any planned, going forward, any planned visits to these funded child protection NPOs, maybe in the coming year or the foreseen future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I just get an indication from the colleagues online if there are any other questions? I see Member Windvogel. Is that a new hand?
Sorry, Chair. Let me lower my hand.
Thank you very much. Member Makamba Boycha.
Chair, that's a follow-up question. It's not a follow-up question. In fact, I just want to go back to page 36, where the department talks about the violence against women and children, where they say it's being fueled by substance abuse and that the department will continue to provide SUD services. So I just want to find out from the department currently what are they doing to fight against this scourge of abuse against women and children, and how effective are these SUD services? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Member Barnes, Member Baku Force, and Member Windvogel. Are those new hands?
Yes, Chair.
Please go ahead then.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will ask the question from 76. Page 76, I mean. Did the department apply for rollover for the unspent funds? I would like to know that, Chairperson. And my second question is page 77 on the first row. Why was this target missed, and how did the pandemic affect that the lives of children living on the streets? Still, I will ask the first row on page 78, why was the target not achieved? On page 79, on the table, I would like to ask the following question. Why were the targets not achieved, and whether the issue of non-compliant NPOs contributed on this? And on page 81, table, why were the targets not achieved? And page 82 on the second row, why was the target not achieved, and what is latest update regarding this target in the 2021-2022 financial year? And my last question, Chairperson, what is the total funding for the ECD programs? My last question is on table page 83. Why were the targets not achieved? What are the details of the 14 centers upgraded, and why the remaining 37 were not upgraded? Let me pause there, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Member Barnes.
Thank you, Chair. My question is on page 90. My first question. On page 90, the first row, the indicator 4.3.1.1, under the topic that says the number of victims of gender-based violence accessing psychological support services. My question is, Chair, GBV cases increased during lockdown, yet the targets reduced and underachieved. I would like to understand how the department sets its targets. Second to the Chair, why were targets not set, and what was the department's total GBV related expenditure? My second question will be on page 91, Chair. The second row, indicator 4.3.1.4, under the topic that states number of victims of crime and violence that access shelter services and funded victim empowerment program service centers. What is the race profile, gender, and age of these victims that access the shelter services? Are these opened to males as well, Chair? My third question, Chair, is on page 91, under the first bullet of the table. The department appointed 30 GBV SWs to strengthen the regional response to GBV. Chair, I would like to know in which areas are these 25 shelters situated, and what are the plans to add more shelters, especially in the poor working class communities where majority victims are residing. Are there any partnerships between the department and private shelters, and how many private shelters are operational in the province? Are there any NPOs that the department is working with in GBV prevention? On page 92, Chair, under the table there, the sub-program 4.4 substance abuse prevention. What I would want to know there, Chair, why were targets not achieved? My second last question, Chair, is on page 93. Under the table, sub-program 4.4, substance abuse prevention and rehabilitation. Why were targets not achieved also there, Chair? My last question, Chair, on page 93, the first bullet under the table, under the topic that states the department expanded its school-based programs and currently funds 8 organizations that provide specialties SUD services to schools. What I want to know, Chair, is how were these schools identified, and what are the plans to extending these programs to other areas like Delft, Khayelitsha, Mitchells Plain, etc., and non-other metro areas? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's hand over to the department to respond to those, and then we'll come back. So I'm handing over to the department.
Thank you very much, Chair. In terms of Member Windvogel's questions around the page 72, sorry, take a minute because we're moving around a lot. The non-compliance of NGOs. I will then ask Mr. Jordan to speak to the non-compliance and what remedial action was taken by the department.
Okay, thank you very much, HOD. When we have non-compliance with an NGO, we've got various processes that we follow. The first process would be that we would approach the NGO and indicate to them, here is certain non-compliance issues, and it could be that they have not submitted their quarterly report. It could be that they have not submitted their audit financial statements on time. It could be that their registration has lapsed. So all of those processes are followed up by the department. So the department do not immediately stop funding any NGO that's non-compliant. There's a full process that will be followed with the NGO to see how we can get them compliant again. In other words, we're following a developmental approach. Things would be that with the audit financial statements, we do sometimes give them extension. When it's registration processes, we see how we can assist them to complete the correct application forms. If it is an issue on non-compliance with norms and standards, we develop a service delivery improvement plan with an NGO that could be anything for follow-up between 6 months to a year period. In that 6 months to year period, we give them guidance of exactly where they've been non-compliant on norms and standards and how to correct it. And then we do a follow-up visit. So that's the processes we do follow specifically with NGOs that's non-compliant. So just to reinforce, we just do not stop funding or supporting an NGO when they become non-compliant the first time. We try and see as far as possible how we can support them up to a maximum of a year to a year and a half. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jordan. In terms of the question from Member Windvogel on page 74, and the question about the referrals of undue hardship cases, as well as the question of disaster assessments and referrals to SASSA. I think I did mention earlier, because of the fact that the social relief and distress grant that SASSA normally provides, firstly, the SASSA ran out of budget for that early in the financial year, and then they had to reconsider their approach to social relief during COVID. The COVID disaster period, so they had to spend some time and create a social relief and distress grant for COVID in particular. And that process that they created was sending through an ID number, through text or WhatsApp message or email to the national hotline for SASSA or call center for SASSA, and then they did an assessment of the applicants and paid out the COVID grant directly. So social development was not involved in that process like we normally would be with social relief applications. And therefore, we are well under the target set for the year, which was basically a projection based on the year before, where, of course, we didn't have the COVID disaster. And those targets, we went into the new year with an annual performance plan with targets based on normal circumstances. We didn't know COVID was going to turn into what it did at the time that the annual performance plan was finalized, which was during February of 2020. So the targets and the plans in there, like I said in the introduction, changed significantly from what we had tabled. The social relief distress processes and indicators that are put in there are therefore were not applied for most of the year, hence the underperformance there. I think the selection of beneficiaries for social relief of distress process always involves people making application to SASSA and then SASSA asking us to do a social work assessment, or it is done through a disaster management referral to social development of someone who needs help, or an NGO referring someone to us who needs help, and then we do an assessment through our social workers, and then they refer it to SASSA. So that's the standard procedure that we have with SASSA that, of course, wasn't put into place during the COVID disaster period due to the COVID grant being introduced. The question from Honourable Member Brinkhuis about sorry, I missed the question from Honourable Windvogel about the question on page 73, the target being missed on the indicator 2.3.1.5, number of people accessing DSD funded NPO specialized support services. The indicator wasn't met there. The reason for the indicator not being met is that the lockdown restrictions prevented congregate settings being occupied by more than a certain number of people. So the services that are provided in terms of that indicator include the protective workshops for disabled children and adults and various other kinds of support services that involve group work and so on. So in the level 5 lockdown, there was no kind of one-on-one contact at all that we could have with clients. And as the lockdown restrictions eased, we were able to start having the contact again, but not in large groups. So the targets were never reached. But in previous years, of course, we could reach the targets because we didn't have those problems. So that's why that target was not met. In terms of the question for Honourable Brinkhuis, the assessment visits to designated child protection organisations that were delayed by COVID and whether there are planned visits coming up now that the COVID restrictions have been lifted. I'll ask Mr. Jordan to respond to that.
Thank you, HOD. Yes, Honourable Brinkhuis, we have started already in lockdown level 2, which was a few months ago. We started having virtual meetings with the board members of organizations, of the child protection organizations. And then we do a site visit as well, already from lockdown level 2. The only difference was where we would send in 2 social workers, we would then send in 1 so that social distancing can be done in a much more appropriate manner with the organization. Adding to this, the child protection organizations have submitted new monitoring plans to me, and currently they are following up with the backlogs that they have missed during lockdown levels 5, 4, and 3. They have already been out on the road this past 2 months, where they're basically visiting already and catching up with those. So the intention of the plan is that we will catch up already here by March next financial year, March 2022, just before we start the new financial year. So we will be able to achieve that set target. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jordan. In terms of Member Botcha's question about DSD's work around the linkage between substance abuse and GBV, just to say that we have started introducing substance abuse treatment services in some of the shelters for victims of GBV. Because we picked up the need for that there, and also we have the country's first a woman-only rehabilitation centre operating. I think the expansion of GBV of substance abuse services has been quite significant in the past years at social development, but now we have also begun to expand GBV services quite significantly as well. But I think we did also speak earlier on about the GBV implementation plan for the province and the work that we need to do there. And so there are also further deliverables and objectives set out in there around what we need to be doing in the future. But there's also the critical pieces of legislation that are close to completion in the National Assembly, particularly the Victim Support Services Bill and some of the amendments to the sexual offences legislation that are also going to require social development to take on certain functions in a more formal legislated way going into the future. So this is an area that's going to be continually developing and expanding. In terms of Member Baku Fosa's question about the rollover of unspent funds, I'll ask the CFO to speak to that on page 76.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, in terms of the rollovers, page 76. Yeah. First of all, the 3.4 million is the vehicles that we procured for the disability sector, and those are based on the court case for intellectual disabilities. And due to still some further work that had to be done on the safety features of some of the vehicles, we could not hand it over. Hence, we did ask for a rollover for that amount. And we can confirm now in the current year that 2 of that vehicles has been handed over, and the other 2 will also be handed over in this financial year once those safety features has been completed as well. Then the 1.029 million is about the sanitary dignity project, and that is the amount in terms of the distribution that we could not spend in the previous year, and we've also requested for rollover for that amount. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, CFO. The next question from Member Baku Vos related to page 77, why the target was missed around reunification of people on the streets. I think the reality was that with increasing levels of people on the streets and increasing difficulty around the mobility imposed by lockdown restrictions, it certainly became a lot more difficult for the social workers to spend time on doing family work in groups. A lot of our work in the department does require and involve face-to-face contact with people, and so a lot of the services that we had and the capacity we had to be directed towards dealing with the most critical cases, particularly child protection and those services, and so there was less capacity to assist with reunifications, although we still did reunify some 500 people during the period. But I think that it was logistically very difficult during the hard lockdown periods, which affected the year under review, to be able to reunite as many people as we wanted to. Also, reuniting people with family or reintegrating people into their communities is also dependent on the success of the process itself as well, and where people are stuck on the street and their families can't take them in. It's due to financial constraints or other considerations. It also becomes very hard to achieve reunification. Added to that also is that the social workers at one stage were not going to the shelters because we actually had a restriction on movement into all residential facilities during the lockdown because of the COVID risk. So we tried to limit our visitors to residential facilities, whether they were shelters, homeless or old age homes, disabled homes, substance abuse rehabilitation centres. All of those residential facilities were very limited movement in and out. The question about the page 78, also again, number of families participating in family preservation support services. I did mention in the beginning that a lot of those services involve group work, also which couldn't go ahead while the restrictions on congregations were in place. And while also we had our own workplace restrictions on congregations for staff. So a lot of the work that was done in the lockdown period by the social workers was done either telephonically or in one-on-one, but group work was basically postponed because it was too risky. The question around the target not achieved on page 79. And that is the foster placements and also the reuniting of children. Again, similar kinds of challenges, but also with the foster care placements, courts were closed for much of the lockdown period, except for emergency cases. So the courts had very limited access and only to the most serious cases. So many of the foster care extensions and placements had to be put on the back burner as well. Yeah, that's one of the reasons there. And then, of course, the logistical challenges as well associated with working with families were something that proved to be a barrier for the social workers. In terms of page 79, also the question about that was that question. Sorry. Then page 81, I think it was. Also about the targets not being met. Again, the court closures had quite a big effect on all of those indicators. They all relate to children's court processes. So there was a limited extent to which we could do those things during the hard lockdowns. And also courts were continually being closed when there was a positive case in the court. Then the courts had to be closed for decontamination, isolation of staff. So it was very disrupted. And in cases, many hearing dates and other things were missed because of those courts having to close as well. Then in terms of the question around 82, page 82, and missed targets on, sorry, Minister? Yeah, I mean, it's again, same story. ECDs and access to ECDs was difficult in some, had to be closed for quite a long period. You may recall there was actually a direction that ECDs closed at one stage, issued by the National Minister of Social Development. So again, the ability to roll out our specialized learner support program was contingent on ECDs being open and available. So this did put us back. We wanted to reach more new sites, and those new sites we had to put on hold because it wasn't going to be possible to do it with no children in the centres and the centres close. On the question of the total funding for the ECD program, I'm not sure whether the question relates to the specialized learner support or the overall ECD program. But I think for the overall ECD program, I can ask the CFO maybe to just give a number there.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, the overall sub-program for ECD support, including everything, is 454 million in total, of which 140 million of that is the national conditional grant towards the ECDs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CFO. Also, we did receive a 53 million additional for the ECD stimulus project. Sorry? Included in the 140. Okay, thanks, Chair. CFO. I think also to say that the question of the remaining 37 centres, ECD centres that were not benefiting from the ECD infrastructure project. As mentioned earlier, 6.2 million rand of the infrastructure project funds were reprioritized for PPE for the ECD sector. At the permission was granted by National Treasury and Social Development for the repurposing of that funding due to the urgent need for PPE. Also, the situation wasn't conducive for infrastructure projects anyway, given the restrictions in place and the fact that ECDs were closed, so people couldn't access the buildings, etc. So overall, that funding was better used, I think, by going to the PPE requirements, which were very urgent in the ECD sector. The question from Honourable Member Barnes on page 90. Even though the question was that with GBV cases increased in the COVID period, yet there's the lower number of GBV victims accessing support services. We know that during the first period of COVID-19, the shelters were not going to admit anyone because of the risk. So no new admissions were made at GBV shelters during the level 5 and 4 lockdown due to the regulatory or directions that said that people can't be admitted, and if they do, then they must be quarantined first and all that. So that was one aspect. The other aspect as well is that there was a big drop in reported cases during the lockdown period in the beginning. The GBV reporting numbers only picked up late in the year. So then we started getting a surge in cases, but that was towards the end of the year. So in the end, the total number of cases that came to us was dependent on referrals via the SAPS and the Tutuzela centers, but those numbers were down in the beginning. Bearing in mind also that the Tutuzela centers are at the health facilities, and a lot of people were avoiding the health facilities as well because of the COVID risk at those facilities. The total, the second question was about the total expenditure on GBV. There was a total of 63 million rand spent on victim empowerment services by social development during the year under review. The other question was the number of victims accessing shelters. I think that is in the report. Let's check on page 19. Yeah, it's 1,963. And the distribution of age, gender is, we could provide more details if the committee requires it in writing, but in general, the majority of victims accessing shelter are women, and mostly younger women, but also some males are accommodated. For example, in the Triangle project, they do accommodate males as well. And there are some organizations that have specialized support for the LGBTQI plus community and victims of GBV in that space as well. The question around on page 91, the GBV social workers. I think the question was about where the shelters are situated, though. I'm not sure if it was also about where the GBV social workers are situated, but the GBV social workers have been allocated to our local offices across the province in most areas. And then the shelters, we can give a list of where they are situated, but it's 26 shelters now, so I won't run through. I've got the list here, but I don't think I should run through the full list now. It's going to take a while. So maybe we must give that in writing, Chair, if that's in order with you. Then the question of whether we have partnerships with private organizations in the and NGOs working with GBV prevention. Yes, we do. The GBV prevention organizations are organizations like Mosaic and the Triangle Project, Rape Crisis, and many others. Yeah, the Women's Shelter Movement and the Trauma Center and so on. So we work with a lot of organizations that do prevention work as well as the actual operators of the residential shelters. And of course, we work closely with the Department of Health as well. We fund organizations that work in the Tutuzela care centers to provide containment and trauma support services to victims who enter the Tutuzela centers, which are in the health facilities and which are also jointly run with the National Prosecuting Authority. The questions around the substance abuse targets not being achieved, we had a particularly low number of referrals and applications to our residential drug treatment centers during the COVID lockdown period. which we attribute mainly to fears of COVID in the residential facilities. So, and also in the level 5 and 4 periods, that we weren't actually able to admit new people into the centres. So we've seen that trend continue. In fact, we have a lot of empty bed spaces in our residential treatment centres. We've actually urged people to actually come forward for assistance, because some people are going to illegal centres, but we actually have space available. The only centres where we have a waiting list is where people have been sentenced by the court to do rehabilitation. There we actually have a bit of a backlog, because not all of the NGOs that we fund for residential treatment will accept people who've been sentenced by the court, because there's complications involved in that, and they're not equipped to deal with the legalities around that. In terms of the school-based programs, and the choice of the schools which were benefiting from these programs. In most instances, the NGOs running those programs actually approached us with some proposals and said they'd like to target certain schools, which we then agreed to. The schools were schools where there was very high prevalence of substance abuse. We had that information already, so the schools were appropriately chosen, I think, by the sector, but we followed with the proposals that they'd put in, because the organizations involved had a certain area of operation that they could reach effectively. They wouldn't necessarily be able to reach long distances because they're small organizations, so they worked with the schools in the areas where they were set up, and they clustered those schools so that people from surrounding schools could go to the treatment services as well. So it wasn't only necessarily for the children who are in the actual school, but also children in adjacent schools can also access those services. So that's how the selection occurred. We would like to expand it, absolutely. It's a very good model that we've seen helping children to recover and stay in school and finish matric, and we really see the benefit of it. But it does require additional funds if we wish to expand. So that will be dependent on when and if we can get more funding. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Members, we are running out of time. So as you know, part C and part E of this report will be covered by SCOPA this afternoon at 2 p.m. and that will be a virtual meeting. So I'm now going to ask if there are any questions on the human resource management, pages 135 to 183. If members could please ask those questions, but also please make them sort of short and pointed. We are running out of time. So can I get an indication from members of who would like to ask the last round of questions dealing with pages 135 to 183? Also just being mindful that we still also need to do our committee resolutions as well. And we've got about 30 minutes left of this meeting. So I'm seeing Member Makamba Boycha, Member Windvogel, and then Member Baku Force. Shall we go in that order?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My question on Part D is on page 141 under table 3.2.1 regarding the filled positions in a law that are lower than the number of active positions. A question there is that why is this the case and how does this affect service delivery? And then on page 2, on page 147 in table 3.4.3, where there's 21 employees that were dismissed due to misconduct. What are these greatest misconduct incidents involved? And number 3, it's on page 148. There is a number of there's a high number of people resigned from the department without giving reasons. Can it be that the employees might be not happy in the department, or were they not treated in a good manner? Were there no exit interviews that were done in this process to determine why people are resigning? And my last question is on page 176, table 3.12.3. There's a number of high misconduct pertaining to assault or threats to assault a person. What is the department doing to address these issues? Because it doesn't create a healthy working environment. And those are my questions, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Van Vogel.
Thank you. Chair, ek wil u se goedkeuring vra. Ek het gehoor u sê ons stop by page ek dink in die 80s, ek is nie seker uit die wat nie. Maar ek het net twee vrae op page 98 en 99. So as u vir my sê nee, dan aanvaar ek dit, en as u vir my sê yes, dan vra ek die vraag. Dankie, Chair.
Antwoord asseblief, mevrou.
Ag, baie dankie my voorsitter. Voorsitter, my vraag soos ek sê is op page 98. Dit gaan oor die youth cafe. What I want to know there is what are the plans to increase the number of youth cafes, and how are these youth cafes funded, and how much funding does the department give to each? Then on page 99, why is there no budget for women development program? Are there any staff members employed for this program? And are there any linkage between the department and other departments regarding women development initiative? Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Member Baku Force.
Thank you, Chair. I was asked the question under the on page 108 under the table of conditional grants and earmarked allocation. What were the reason for under expenditure on the second conditional grant? And my second question is on page 111, paragraph above the table. Can you provide more details and updates regarding the investigation on shortage on capital assets holdings? And on page 112, paragraph 1, the second sentence is about the asset disposed related to 357 capital assets. What are the details of assets were disposed and those transferred to other departments and reasons thereof? What are the details of minor assets that were disposed? What on page 112 still, the current state of the department capital assets. I would like to know what are the details of the 50% assets in fair condition and the 5% in unusable. And the condition and whether any of these include physical infrastructure. And on page 138, which is the question before my last question, is on table 3.1.2. What work were the interns doing and what is the absorption rate for interns in the department? And how many of these were for the pay project and how many were graduates? My last question is 141, page 3.2.1. What are the details for the vacancies and how many of these are for social workers? And the last question, Chairperson, is on page 146. Why is the turnover high? And what are the plans to prevent more staff from leaving the department? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will now hand over to the department for that final round of questions.
My hand has been up, Chair.
I don't see your hand. But whose hand is that's up that I can't see?
That's Member Barnes, Chair.
Okay, your hand is not up, but please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my question is on page 151 under table 3.4. Promotions by critical occupation since 1st April 2020 to March 31st, 2021. What I want to know, Chair, what are the profiles of the promoted employees and how is the department using promotions to achieve employment equity targets? My second question, Chair, will be on page 152 under table 3.5.1, the total number of employees, including employees with disabilities. What I want to know, Chair, is what are the department's employment equity targets and what are the plans to achieve them? As a resolution, can the department appear before the committee next year to discuss the plans to achieve the employment targets? On page 156.
Member Barnes, we're not
Chair.
at resolutions yet.
Okay, Chair.
That we don't run out of time so we can get to resolutions, but we're still on questions.
Okay, Chair. On page 156, Chair, then, under table 3.5, on terminations since the 1st April 2020 to 31st March 2021, what were the reasons for these terminations? My last question, Chair, is on page 161, under table 3.7, advertising and filling of SMS posts as at 31st March 2021. What are the details of the vacancies that were not filled and what challenges are experienced by filling them? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll now hand over to the department for answering those questions.
Thank you, Chairperson. The questions from Honourable Member Barnes, the first set of questions, I think it was Honourable Member Barnes, or was it Butcher? Apologies if I get it wrong. The question was about the, firstly, the non-filling of posts and the impact thereof. The second question was about the dismissals and the misconduct, what kind of misconduct. The third question was about the high number of employees who resigned without a reason and the question of why that is. And then the fourth question was about the high rate of misconduct associated with assault. I will ask Ms. van Rieenen to speak to those four questions. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. I think within the context of filling the vacancies, we should have kept in mind that during this reporting period, as a result of the various lockdown stages, with the first lockdown, we couldn't fill any vacancies. And then obviously we needed to set ourselves up to immediately go over with virtual interviews. So that did take a little bit of time. The vacancies, the impact is always a vacancy have an impact on service delivery. But what we've done is during the COVID period, we reorganized ourselves to ensure that the critical services still remained intact. So that is what we've done. In terms of the dismissals, terminations, we've got an exit interview questionnaire. A lot of staff don't want to complete that, but for those that do complete it, it's largely new opportunities where during this period, we had 3 or 4 staff members that didn't want to continue working anymore as a result of the impact of COVID on them. And they felt that they would rather resign and recover and then later on maybe reapply and come back into the workforce. We did try to provide assistance, but they were also close to 60, so they opted to rather resign. As I said, some of our staff get better opportunities in other sectors. We had 1 or 2 that previously started the process of wanting to go overseas. So after the COVID period, right at the end, they managed to secure some of their paperwork to go. In terms of the exits, the dismissals, the 29 cases which the member referred to, it is largely as assault attempts or threatens to assault a person. It is largely in our child and youth care environment. Against our children. We also had 2 or 3 cases of the misuse of GG vehicles, as well as an overtime case. We also had a sexual harassment case during this reporting period, and then also in terms of commitment of fraud and bribery, which we also had to dismiss a staff member. Actually, I hope I answered all of those.
Thank you very much, Ms. van Reenen. There'll be more coming up for you in a second, but I'll move to Honourable Windvogel's questions around the youth cafes and the plans to increase the number. We have opened a new youth cafe recently in Riversdale. That was the last one that we actually have the budget to do at this point. So at this stage, there is no further funding available to expand youth cafes until we get out of this financial crisis that the government is in. The question of how much funding is provided to each youth cafe, I don't know if the CFO wants to venture a guess, but otherwise we'd have to give a breakdown. Or alternatively, if Mr. Hewu would like to come in here, Mr. Hewu is welcome to also come in here. I don't know if you'd like to, Mr. Hewu?
Yes, okay, Jody, I will do. Thank you very much. Honorable members, the funding of the youth cafe, we are funding them through a partnership model, which is a partnership amongst the department, our department, the participating municipality, and the operating NPO, depending on what the municipality's contribution is. So our funding generally will move between 360,000 to 600,000. Taking into account whether the building is rented and owned and so on. So other than the setup costs, which used to be about 800,000, as you correctly indicated, there are no plans for expansion due to budgetary challenges. So we usually pay for once-off setup costs, which was about 800,000, and the monthly running costs paid to the operating NPO of between 360,000 and 600,000. So that's the budget of the youth cafe. Thank you, HOD.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hewu. The next question from Honourable Member Windvogel is around the fact that there's no budget for the Women Development Programme. I think the programme was introduced into the budget structure somewhere during the last few years. But it's not something that came with any additional funding from the national level. So it was introduced as a category. But most of the funding of projects that are designed to support women and vulnerable persons are already catered for in the Victim Empowerment Services program. So we didn't want to then split those out into two separate programs because then it creates, it just makes it more difficult to manage. Also, there's a significant amount of funding that relates to women empowerment in the employment, the EPWP program. But again, the difficulty is if we report under two programs, we got to choose one program under which to report the funding. So that is the difficulty, is that there's a budget program created, but then we would have to shift money out of an existing program into that program because there was no specific allocation that came to us for these projects. So I think that was a case of creating an additional program and not really giving us clarity on what should be in there. I think also the question about the linkages with other departments regarding women development, I think we do have a lot of linkages through the GBV forum that we've established, but also the Department of the Premier leads on the issue of gender-based budgeting and women development programs through their program on, trying to remember the name now, but that the program office in the Department of the Premier that deals with human rights and the promotion thereof coordinates reports for the Department of Women and Children at the national department or the national in the presidency, where they report regularly on gender-based budgeting and women development programs across the province. So that is coordinated through the Department of the Premier. But we feed into that as a department. And we do also work with the Department of Women, particularly on the Sanitary Dignity Project, which again could fit into this program, or it could fit where it is currently under the social relief program, given the nature of the service. So again, it can go either way. In terms of the questions from Honourable Member Baku Vos, the question around conditional grants and why the under expenditure on the conditional grant, as well as the questions around the asset shortages and asset disposals, as well as the questions about the state of assets and the usability. Yeah, those up to question. The fourth question, I'll ask the CFO to speak through the first to the fourth questions from Honourable Member Baku Vos.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, in terms of the conditional grant underspent, that is the 5 million on page 108. The reason for the underspend was, firstly, there was about 2 million where we had ECDs that had to be paid in March of the previous financial year. Unfortunately, due to the system's closure on the last day, 31st of March, we could not then process those payments. And hence we had to then underspend that and ask for a rollover, which we have already then spent in the current financial year. The rest of the 5 million was non-compliant ECDs, as Mr. Jordan has indicated, either non-compliant in terms of their progress reports or the annual financial statements in terms of that. In terms of the assets, the shortages on the capital assets, I think that's the 85 capital assets that's under investigation. Those are mainly our laptops and our desktops, because we have a number of those assets in itself. And of that 85, 8 of those shortages we've already found, and we've reversed that, so they are now part of the asset register again. Then 31 shortages per the loss control register we've already investigated, and that's done. The 46 remaining shortages are prior years, which we are still investigating, and that report we will then finalize as we proceed in terms of that. As I indicated, mainly these capital assets are, in most cases, our laptops in itself. And then question on the disposals. We have a process in our department that we look at our assets in terms of redundancy, obsoleteness, broken, and that we cannot use anymore. So we have a committee that we sit, I think it's by month, on every second month. And in this committee, we then look at the conditions of the assets. Those assets are forwarded to the committee. And then we assess those assets, whether we can dispose of them. We also then dispose of them in terms of their value, as well as whether they're still useful for other purposes. So we do have an NGO or NGOs that we also can dispose to, so that they can also then reuse some of those, especially our laptops and our desktops in itself. So that's our process. We have, so of the 380 capital assets that we've disposed of, that gives about 5% of a 4,900 capital asset portfolio, and of the 1,337 minor assets that we disposed of, that is about 3.8% of 27,000 minor assets that we have. And those are mainly furniture and equipment that is less than 5,000 rand when it comes to the minor minor assets in terms of that. The question on the details of the minor assets, Chair, we have quite a long list, so maybe we can provide that to the committee in terms of the details, in terms of the type of minor assets that we have. If that is okay with the committee, then we can do that. In terms of the current state, the 45%, which is in good condition, the 50% that are fair, and then the 5% that are in a poor condition. Chair, because we don't appoint the valuers for these assets, because that's very costly, so we used an age analysis in the department. So those assets that obviously has been purchased in a year or two's time, those are really the good assets that we continue to use. And so we use our age analysis also. Some of our assets are quite old. They are dilapidated, and in some cases, especially our computers are very slow. So those are the 5% that we need to then consider also for disposal and going forward in terms of that. So the main thing here is that we use an age analysis to determine the conditions of those assets. I hope I've answered all the questions. Actually, thank you.
Thanks, CFO. Yes, I think that's what we can do. If the detailed breakdown is required, then that would be something we have to provide in writing. In terms of the question about the interns and the work that they're doing, and how many of those are graduates and how many of the other types of interns, on the table 20.1.2 on page 138, as well as details of vacancies and how many of the vacancies are social workers, and also the questions about the relatively high turnover of staff on page 146. I'll ask Ms. van Rieenen to speak to those questions. Thanks.
Thank you. In terms of the interns, during this reporting period, we had TVET learners that has done financial management academic qualifications and then needed to get experiential learning. They have all been placed in the Directorate Financial Management to enable them to compile the POEs. So they were all there by the CFO. And largely that was the only interns that we had last year due to budget constraints. But this year we have appointed pay interns to assist us with the capturing of the foster care management tool, web-based tool. Largely the generic or overall rate is more or less 50 to 80% of our interns succeed into entry-level posts, either be an admin clerk or a driver messenger. So yeah, some of them also got some of our customer care posts. In terms of the vacancies, the vacancies is largely in our child and youth care worker environment, where we struggle to attract people in that specific field, specifically at our Clan William as well as Outeniqua, where we really are struggling. But if you look in terms of our vacancy rate, it is not so high. So we managed to largely fill the vacancies. To come to the turnover rate, if you look over the past couple of years, during this reporting period, we only had a vacant turnover rate of 7.8%. For the last couple of years, that was the lowest ever vacancy turnover rate, and I think it's largely to do with the current pandemic. That is just then also to come back in terms of, there was a question that in terms of the internal promotions, I don't know if I'm running too fast, HOD, but that was also a question. In the internal promotions, it's a post promotion, so it's not automatically, so people have to apply for these posts. It was child and youth care workers that became team leaders. The good news is also one of the things that we are struggling in our department is the education officer in the child and youth care environment. So we had 2 of those people that got bursaries and eventually got education officer post within DSD. And then it is some of our social workers who got social work supervisor post, as well as some of our admin clerks that got state accountant positions, and then a driver messenger that also got a registry clerk. So that is the profile of the promotions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. van Renen. The second part of that question is how is DSD promoting employment equity targets? And then the second question from Honourable Member Barnes was what are the department's EE targets and how we plan to achieve them? I think also then what we would speak to there is firstly that we do have an employment equity plan for the department as required in the public service. We are also doing well with most of our employment equity targets. I think we are mostly on target. But I can ask Ms. van Renen to speak a little bit about where we have targets that we're not achieving. Maybe Ms. van Renen, you can speak to that briefly.
Thank you, HOD. I think the main thing is in terms of the targets, we're doing well as been indicated by the HOD. One where we half meet the target is for the white males. We in terms of colored is overrepresentative, the colored females. And then the white females is also underrepresented, and then the African males is also underrepresented. The biggest problem for DSD is to strike the balance in terms of meet the targets in terms of the males. We are social work is largely a female profession, so we in the male environment we are really struggling. We also approach the council to forward us lists of the male registered social work professions to specifically target them when we advertise and share the post with them. But there is limited availability in the market in terms of males. Thank you, HOD.
Thank you very much, Ms. van Renen. Also, the targets for disabilities are something of a challenge. We do also have a number of people in the department who are working in the department who would actually qualify as disabled, but they've chosen not to disclose a disability or declare a disability. So that also is keeping us back from meeting the target for disabled persons, but also finding suitable appointees can be challenging at times as well, just in terms of availability of suitable appointees in the market. The question of the reasons for terminations on page 156, as well as the filling of SMS posts and the details of vacancies not filled and what are the challenges. Those questions I'll also ask Ms. van Renen to speak to. Thanks.
Thank you. Terminations, as I previously indicated, is new job opportunities. That staff member with a better salary package. Some of the staff has totally changed their career. So that was largely the main reason. And as I earlier on also said, is as a result of the COVID pandemic, we had staff members that did not want to continue with working anymore. So that was also some of the reasons. Some of the reasons is also the challenging environment where our social workers operate in currently. That staff felt that they no longer want to work in such an environment with the dangerous aspects that the department is currently dealing with. So that was lastly the terminations. Then in terms of the SMS members post, the vacancies, all of it is filled. There's just the last one will be filled the 1st of January. During the reporting period, all was advertised, and there was 800 procedures also followed to fill certain of the vacancies, to ensure that the new successful candidates meet the challenging environment which we currently operating in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. van Renen. I think that's all of the questions that we had in that round.
Thank you very much for very detailed responses to those questions. Colleagues, I am mindful that we are going over time, so I'm now going to give an opportunity for the Minister and the HOD to make very short closing remarks, because I do know that some of us still need to find a place to work for SCOPA this afternoon, for those of us attending SCOPA. So I'm going to ask the Minister and the HOD to just make some final remarks, and then we will move over to our administrative processes, our recommendations, and the adoption of our committee report as well.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just from my side to say thank you to the Chair and to the committee members for the very detailed questions and giving us the opportunity to respond in depth. I think we'll wait for the written request for information to provide further details as needed. And then also to say thank you to the department and the team present today, as well as the Minister, for your support in providing information and for everything that you've done to get us to the end of this particular financial year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, HOD. Chairperson, on behalf of the department, I wish to thank you for the transparent and fair manner in which you have always managed our engagements. I also wish to thank each and every member of the committee for the robust yet dignified questions and responses. It's the questions that keep us on our toes. I also want to thank the committee coordinator and the support staff for their service. Thank you very much. Then, as a department, we have had a year that we've never ever experienced before. It has been unprecedented, and a lot of the work that has been done cannot be captured in an annual report because there was no APP. We needed to respond swiftly. We needed to think on our feet, and we suddenly were part of a transversal recovery plan. So this team has really worked very, very hard. And despite all of that, we have managed to achieve, I think, what is now a 9th clean audit. So I do want to say to HOD McDonald, under his leadership, he has done really well, ethical, values-based leadership. He has led the team with distinction. To the senior management team for steadying the ship when the stormy weather hit us. When you're a small team of 2,500 and odd people, and COVID affects entire offices and it needs to be closed down, it was this team of people who stepped up. We monitored 300 old age homes. We monitored child and youth care centers. We monitored staff numbers. So that's not included in here, but that is the extra, the long, hard yards that they had to do to go in. So most importantly, Chair, I do need to say to each and every member of Team DST, the foot soldiers, the ones who went out there fearful of COVID, but they went to provide a service with dignity, care, and respect. So my message to the team is I appreciate you, I value you, and I do enjoy the support that you give, but I want you to know that as a team, we can only rise above the challenges, and hopefully next year we're able to come back having achieved the targets and address the governance gaps which HOD alluded to. But we are definitely in it to ensure that we serve the citizens of this province with respect and dignity. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister and HOD, and a very big thank you to everybody from the department who's joined us this morning. There should be some lunch in the members' dining area for you guys. There should be a lot of food there because none of our members, except the 2 of us, showed up. So colleagues, we're just going to give the Minister and the HOD and the CFO some time to shuttle out of the venue. But if you can just keep your recommendations ready, because we are going to take that fairly quickly. I do want to finish quite soon after that as well. that you would like us to incorporate into the committee report? Member Brankes?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, earlier in the year, there was 3 old age homes that was going to be closed here on the Cape Flats. If we could also include that in the report and give an update to where we are standing with those 3 old age homes and what is the way forward with those old age homes. Thank you very much. Chair.
Those are the CPOA old age homes. As far as my understanding is concerned, that has been resolved. The CPOA signed a memorandum of understanding with another organization who's taken over the management of those facilities, and nothing has changed. They're continuing to operate as is, so they're not closed. They're still open.
Okay, so they are functioning.
They're functioning and they're still open.
Thank you very much.
Member Makamba Boycha and then Member Barnes.
Chair, thank you very much. I'm not sure if Unamunde did capture the 2 questions that I posed to the department, that they could not give us the information at hand, where they said they will be able to provide that information in writing, specifically on the issue of the underspending, that they could not, they could not get suitable candidates. So can we get a written report from the department pertaining to that? And number 2, if we can also get the total number of the applicants for the food relief intervention. So those are the 2 requests that I have for the department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Makamba Boycha. Member Barnes.
Thank you, Chair. I will repeat what I've earlier asked for the department to come and appear in front of the committee to come and discuss the plans for how we are going to achieve the employment equity targets. If we could have a roundtable with them, that's the resolution I wanted to be noted. Thank you, Chair.
Baie dankie. Agbare Windvogel.
Dankie, voorsitter. Myne is on the service provider. Can we check the BEE status of this company? The HOD provides us with the name of the company, but I want us to check the status. And then the last one, Chair, on the 1 million spent on airtime and data. Perhaps perhaps we need a breakdown of expenditure per employee there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so the first one was the service provider. That's for the Sanitary Dignity Project.
It's correct, Chairperson.
Okay, perfect. Members, are there any other recommendations? I don't see any other hands. Okay, members, then the date for the next meeting for the consideration and the adoption of the committee report will be communicated. So with that, I want to say thank you very much to all of you for really asking some really insightful questions. I know we've done quite a lot of work this year, and it's really nice to see that we are still able to remember some of that and then capture that in our responses to the department. Thank you very much for asking those and for keeping the department on their toes. We will now adjourn the meeting and we will have lunch, and then I will see you all in Scopa this afternoon at 2 o'clock online. Thank you very much.
Thank you.